All right, we're going to do this. I don't know how, but we're going to do it. It looks okay?
Yep, the video does. I do not need to be host because I fixed my stuff already.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm about to go on. I would take a kiss later, but not right now. Thank you. I have to, give me 6 hours to humiliate myself first.
Hot time in city.
I have to make a fool out of myself.
My hair plugs ain't pretty.
I gotta go. I love you.
Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad.
Here we go. Oh, show hasn't started yet. We're late today. We're running late. We had some technical difficulties. It's going to be one of those days, and Ben Burgess is coming on later in the show. I sound okay, Dan, right? Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Well, not good. We're a little off kilter. It's the dead of August. I'm amazed anyone is willing to come on the show today. We've got a good show. Ben Burgess is coming on at the end. And here is something you want to do. You want to go see Triumph the Incel Comic Dog, who's performing at the Thing Festival at the McCurdy Pavilion this Friday. That would be today if you're listening to this as a podcast. August 26th at 10 p.m. Special guest from Jeopardy, Ken Jennings. If you live in Washington State, near Seattle, go to the Thing Festival. I think it's in Port Townsend, Washington, and go see Triumph the Insult Comic Dog live. A rare opportunity to see Triumph the Insult Comic Dog at McCurdy Pavilion at the Thing Festival tonight, Friday, August 26th, if you're listening to this, at 10 p.m. By the way, if you're listening to us right now on YouTube, or you're trying to find Monday's live stream, it's been taken down by YouTube. The audio is up. You can hear it, but we had to take it down because I showed a clip of last Saturday's UFC welterweight bout. Disney, which owns ESPN, made us take it down. There's copyright protection for mixed martial arts, apparently, which means mixed martial arts can only be seen in the context that ESPN and Disney dictate it be seen in. They won't allow me to show it in my context. I showed how bloody mixed martial arts is, specifically UFC. I showed a mixed martial arts fight in which one of the fighters was mama birding his bloody saliva into the face of his opponent. It was homoerotic. I'm not sure it's a sport. I don't think it's a sport. I showed the kicks to the skull. I did so in an educational context with commentary. I was appealing to an audience's sense of humanity as opposed to an audience's thirst for raw violence. And it can't be seen that way. Mixed martial arts doesn't stand up under that kind of scrutiny. So Disney, which owns ESPN, and Disney, which raises our children, will not allow anybody to see UFC fighting unless they control the narrative. Kind of like the way the conversation is shaped when it comes to Medicare for all, unions, and any war that's being fought by Americans. The American people are not allowed to actually see the human suffering because so many of us lack free health care unions, unions that protect not just our financial health, but our physical safety and, of course, war. So we're not allowed to see body bags, the children hit by drone strikes. When there's a war, we only hear from ex-generals working as lobbyists for Boeing and Raytheon telling us we're winning when in fact we're losing. This delivery system for facts that I'm swimming in is controlled. We all know that. We all know that. You're not allowed to have a real conversation about mixed martial arts. You're not allowed to see it in my context. There's no substitute for facts. One of the substitutes that people try to foist on us for facts is anger, yelling, threatening, personal attacks. Americans have been trained to believe that through argument, we can arrive at a truth. And that is not true. There is a truth out there, and arriving at that truth involves listening to both sides, but not fighting, not arguing. And that argument, that discussion, not really argument about both sides, that should take place before you present the truth, not while you're trying to inform people. I don't like shows where people argue. I don't want to do a show where people fight over facts. I will present both sides to a story so long as it's about arriving at a truth and so long as people treat each other with respect. What I will not allow on this show is hostility and personal attacks. I could have a bigger audience if I did controversy. People love that. They call it human drama. I consider it a waste of time. People love to watch two people fighting. I'm not going to do that. Now, if you notice people who do come on this show and attack me and other guests, they decide usually not to come back. They make it their choice. They think about it and they go, I don't want to do his show. I don't want to do this anymore. So the show hasn't started yet, by the way. So, I didn't like Monday's show. It upset me. There was something that happened that I don't like to be a part of. Let me make, since it's the dead of August, let me make some things clear to my audience. As of now, I am very, very, very left of center, very left. I voted for Bernie. I loathe the Democrats, especially Biden, Pelosi, and Schumer. I want free health care. Education should be free. I want a universal basic income. I want to defund the police, rebuild the police so they solve crime. And I want to make sure we're paying social workers to prevent crime before it happens. I'd rather see social workers making more than police officers. I don't think we need so many police. I want to defund our carceral state and spend money on a social safety net that catches people before their mental illness literally gets the best of them, as well as us, before it gets the best of us. I want free and comfortable housing that's safe and clean for people who lack the resources. I believe economic growth is anathema. We should measure our productivity by how much we help each other and the planet. I am not a Marxist yet. I'm not a capitalist yet. I do believe so far in democracy. I believe when everybody votes, and I mean everybody, we all win. I believe for now in democracy and wherever that takes us, wherever democracy, where everybody votes, I believe in that, in true democracy, something resembling more of a republic, but I believe everybody should be allowed to vote. I believe voting should be mandatory, like in Australia. I believe people should be fined if they don't participate in their democracy. I believe freedom and justice can only be found in giving everyone the vote. I am confident that more democracy, not less, will bring about a more perfect union. That's what I believe. When businesses fail, and they often do, and when those businesses are necessary, kind of like a utility, maybe like a bank, an airline, an auto company, then they have every right to come to my government for a bailout. But that bailout comes with strings attached to it. And that string is, we're either going to own a majority stake in your company, or at least a large voting share. Otherwise, you don't get any of our money. That's what I believe. I don't believe in totally wiping out our system. Our system is rotten to the core, but I don't believe in wiping it out, no matter how evil this system is. And it is evil. It kills millions and millions of people every day around the world. On this show, I wrestle with the alternatives, and I've asked some guests what happens when we get rid of this evil system and what do we replace it with? And I, so far, have yet to see a path forward other than fixing this system. I don't find another path forward that I find acceptable. I offer up a path on this show if you listen. If you're stupid enough to listen to this show, I've made it very clear what our path is for redemption. And I think my way is the best. We find a way to fuse the populist rage on the right with, which is faux populist rage, with the genuine populist rage that you find on the left, and you drag it into the corridors of power, not just our government, but corporate America. And we demand that big business doesn't own our government. We need to find a way to get Trump supporters to give up their hatred for the weak and demand that, for example, when we bail out a bank, we own it. That when Starbucks and Amazon refuse, as they're doing right now, to recognize the National Labor Relations Board, which is essentially the police, when they refuse to negotiate with government-sanctioned unions like Christian Small's Amazon labor union, they just refuse to recognize it. The United States government does, the NLRB does. If Howard Schultz, the CEO of Starbucks, refuses to negotiate with the Starbucks unions who vote to go union, if Jeff Bezos refuses to negotiate with the Amazon unions, then you're not recognizing the government of the United States, and it is the responsibility of the government to shut these businesses down until they recognize the government of the United States. The NLRB is the police. We use the police for a lot of things, usually to hurt poor people. It is the police who come and evict us, not the bank. They use the sheriff. I want the police to start treating corporations the way they treat ordinary Americans. This is what I believe. This is my path forward that I'm offering on this show. And if you can present another path forward, I want to listen to it. I really do. I believe in a strong government, and I believe that the people still have a chance to take over the government. Now, you want a revolution? So do I. And there is a revolution in this country every 2 years. You know who said that? Newt Gingrich, who led the Gingrich Revolution in 1994. And he took over Congress. It was the first time Republicans had control of the Congress since, I think, 1954. And he led a revolution that we're still paying the price for. I believe there can be a Bernie revolution in our House of Representatives. And whether anybody likes it or not, including Jeff Bezos, Microsoft, Starbucks, if there's a Bernie revolution in the House of Representatives, suck on it, because that's the law. That is the law. That's where I stand. Right now, I'm not too keen on replacing our economic system. I'm not so sure that's even relevant. And I'm not even sure what the economic system is. Nobody's given me a clear definition of what this is. Capitalism, autocracy, kleptocracy. You know, I have a feeling this economic system, we're just making it up on the fly. So I don't want to, I love discussing our economic system. I'm not so sure right now, with the expiration date on our planet quickly approaching, I'm not so sure discussing our economic system is going to save the planet. Yes, I know it's capitalism, but it's not really capitalism that's killing the planet. It's greed. It's greed. It's money. And we're not getting rid of money. Whether you like it or not, money is the lingua franca. Money is the language of the world. I don't like that, but that's the way it is, and there isn't time to change it. But money is the lingua franca. It's our words. It's a reflection, for better or worse, of what we're thinking, of our fears. It's a reflection of our fears, our love, our hate, and most importantly, our values. So take a look at the federal budget. Every year, there's a revolution in this country every year when we do appropriations of our federal budget. Like I said constantly on this show, 30% of whatever you want to call this economy, 30% is what the government spends. When you add up state, local, and Fed, 30% of the economy is what your government spends. We don't have capitalism. We do not have socialism. We have America. That's it. In this country, we have America. And the fight, the dialectic, is over government largesse. Show hasn't started yet. So that's what I believe. I believe this is a fight over money. People are suffering in this country, and I believe the root of most, if not all, of this suffering is greed. Money is concentrated in the hands of the billionaires, and they have the rest of us fighting each other over the crumbs. If you raise your child in America, if you want to raise your child above the poverty line, you got to give that child something resembling a healthy childhood. It costs $300,000 to make sure that kid gets to 18. So this is a fight over money. That's how I see it. Do we give the police weapons-grade armaments? Or do we give our schools, our community centers, the financial resources they need, so we need fewer police officers? Other countries seem to figure this out. They pay more for their schools and their social safety net than they do for their police. And the more you pay for your schools and your social safety net, the less you need your police. Now listen to me, in Citizens United, our Supreme Court ruled that money is speech. You want to get a constitutional amendment going to reverse Citizens United? You want to spend the next 10 years trying to get this country to agree that money is speech? That money isn't speech? Knock yourself out, okay? But the planet is dying. Money in America, whether you like it or not, is speech. And that means the people with the money get to speak a lot more, a lot louder, and drown out those who don't have money. This is a fight for money. This is a fight over the redistribution of wealth. So I believe in taking to the streets. I love a good protest. I can use the exercise, but I think if you really want to move things, then you take to the halls of government. This government, whether you like it or not, works perfectly. Let me repeat. This is not a dysfunctional government. Our government is incredible, and it works exactly the way it's supposed to. It's just working for the wrong people, the richest 1%. As Harvey J. Kaye says, take hold of your history, take hold of your government. Now, how do you do that? You do what Professor Marianne Cummings does. You become a parks commissioner. Professor Marianne Cummings comes on this show every week, twice a week, and she'll often say things that I find disturbing, shocking. And then I wait a couple of months and I go, you know what? She was absolutely right. I'm an asshole. She often upsets how I frame my worldview, especially when it comes to Ukraine. I don't argue with her. I listen. I question. I go read and I go, she's right. I am not interested in who is smarter. Marianne Cummings is a particle physicist, Fermi Lab. I'm not interested in having her on my show and then trumpeting to myself afterwards, she's not so smart. She forgot Lyndon Johnson didn't have a vice president in 1964 or whatever. So I could feel good about myself. I'm not interested in devaluing someone to make myself feel better or to establish dominance. That's not how I want to live my life. I don't like bullies. physical bullies or intellectual bullies, because that's, by the way, a contradiction in terms. You can't be an intellectual and a bully at the same time. We had a guest on Monday's show, and, I'll be honest with you, I was hurt because I really do like this guest. And he accused me of being liberal, being part of the petite bourgeoisie, and he was trying to figure out how to dominate me. And I was listening to him as he's talking. I'm saying, is this about figuring out a way to level the playing field for everyone? Or are you working out your anger issues to just crush me? So look, the ground is constantly shifting underneath me. But right now, this is pretty much where I stand. And this is what I know. And show me what you got, and I'm all ears. Okay? But don't make it about anger or personal attack. I'm not interested. I'm too old. Now, look, the conversation was about mixed martial arts on Monday, and I don't approve of mixed martial arts. I don't think it should be outlawed. I get it. People have rage issues. And I understand that those rage issues are better worked out in the octagon than in their interpersonal relationships. I understand toxic rage and anger. I suffer from it. I understand it needs to be channeled, but not towards another human being or any living thing. I understand hunting, but I don't approve of it. I am a vegetarian, and most days of the week I'm a vegan. I understand why people aren't, but they're wrong. And I have yet to find anyone who can present evidence to the contrary. I don't hate you if you eat meat. I understand it, but you're wrong. Prove otherwise. Show hasn't started yet. Now, look, I understand why people box and play football. But as I try to explain on Monday's show, the science is in. Both sports, football and boxing, destroy the brains of their competitors. I remember as a child, before the science was in, I was watching Howard Cosell do the play-by-play of a fight between Larry Holmes and Randall Tex Cobb. It went 15 rounds and should have been stopped before it even started, but it wasn't. And I remember Howard Cosell yelling, quote, "If ever there was an argument for the abolishment of boxing, tonight is the night." This was before the science was in on boxing, but we knew what boxing does to fighters. It was right after Larry Holmes fought Ali and turned him into an old man at age of 41. So don't come on this show and tell me Muhammad Ali got out of boxing and then went on to live a healthy life. He was brain damaged when he left boxing. Many think his Parkinson's disease was caused by boxing. One of my listeners, who's in the medical field, sent me a study showing a link between Parkinson's disease and boxing. By the way, we don't know what really causes Parkinson's disease. That's why there's no cure for it. So it's impossible to give a definitive answer as to whether or not Muhammad Ali got Parkinson's disease from boxing. But what is certain is he was severely brain damaged at the age of 41. So don't come on my show and try to argue whether or not boxing caused Muhammad Ali's Parkinson's disease. This place isn't some freshman dorm room. I'd have a much bigger audience and a lot more money if it were. Don't come on my show and claim Muhammad Ali's brain damage and the relationship to boxing is subject to debate. By 1983, the Journal of the American Medical Association had written 2 editorials calling for the elimination of boxing. In response, Muhammad Ali was interviewed on camera in 1983, right after he quit boxing, and he was asked if he had suffered brain injuries from boxing. This was before the Parkinson's. Shaking, barely audible, only months after his retirement for boxing, he was asked if he suffered brain injuries from boxing, and he whispered, "It's possible. It's possible." We know boxing doesn't end well. You get punched in the head, it shakes your brain. It's why my kids weren't even allowed to head the ball when they played soccer. Your brain needs protection. And sometimes there's no way to protect it. Like in football, helmets don't work. And it is settled science that football causes irreparable damage to the brain. On Monday's show, when I was rolling around in the gutter with my guest, I made a mistake. In what was supposed to be a conversation, but instead turned into a rhetorical pissing match, I accidentally said 99% of football players show signs of brain damage when their bodies are submitted for autopsy. And then I corrected myself and said 90%. And I was wrong. I was wrong for correcting myself. It was an article that I was quoting that I had read in Science magazine back in 2017, and my memory was a little shaky from taking so many metaphorical hits to my head during Monday's segment. See, hostility makes it very hard to remember things. When there's noise in your head, it's hard to remember. There's no value to arguing. It makes people nervous. What I said on the show to my guest on Monday was, quote, "The science is in on the connection between football and brain damage," unquote. What I should have also said, not only is the science in, it's in Science, the magazine. This is from Science magazine. It's on the screen right now. It's an article I read back in 2017 by Meredith Waldman. Let's do a little internet literacy here. Science magazine is published by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. It was founded in the late 19th century by Thomas Edison, and it is the world's oldest and largest general science organization. It is affiliated with 262 other scientific societies and academies around the world, and its research and writings are among the top cited in academia. This is where you go to quickly ascertain whether or not fossil fuels are responsible for climate change, which they are, or if 9/11 was an inside job. Okay, I'm going to read from Science magazine. This is the article about the connection between football and brain damage. The largest study, and I'm quoting, "The largest study of its kind has found damage in the vast majority of former football players' brains donated for research after they developed mental symptoms during life. Of 202 former players of the U.S. version of the game whose brains were examined, 87% showed the diagnostic signs of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a neurodegenerative disease associated with repetitive head trauma. Among former National League players in the sample, that number jumped to 99%. Okay. That's from Science magazine. Show hasn't started yet. So I'm not interested in anecdotal evidence. It is a fact that boxing and football cause irreparable brain damage, as does heading the ball in soccer. This is from the Washington Post last month. Okay, this is from the Washington Post last month. Bruce Murray spent years heading the ball. He worries it took a toll. This is by Stephen Goff. The American soccer star, now in his 50s, is dealing with dementia and suspected chronic traumatic encephalopathy. That's from the Washington Post. The science is in. Football and boxing are inferior to soccer, assuming you don't head the ball in soccer, in which case soccer is also inferior to basketball, tennis, baseball, pickleball, and dare I say, golf. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. Now, For my guest on Monday to then say, then don't watch it, that's not good enough. That's like saying if you think cigarettes cause lung cancer, then don't smoke them. In the end, this is always about money. As I said at the top of the show, this is a fight over money. The cigarette companies wanted to keep making their billions. So first they suppressed the science, and they also suppress the conversation and make it about freedom and get the nanny state and government intervention. The same applies to boxing and football. There's millions to be made off of boxing and football, billions and billions, and billions to be made off UFC and mixed martial arts. So first they suppress the science, then they suppress the conversation. It's about freedom, it's about choice. Well, it's also about misleading the players and the parents of those players who get involved in a game that has been normalized by people without realizing it's going to destroy the lives of those who play it. It is irresponsible not to pass judgment on any sport that causes brain damage. Players and parents of players have every right to know that boxing, football, mixed martial arts, I'll show, there's studies that were sent to me since Monday, will destroy your brain and your life. Fans should know exactly what they're looking at. They should know exactly what it is and what it causes. Now, am I saying outlaw mixed martial arts, UFC, boxing, and football? No. I am saying there is science that is out there, hard science, proving the skull is not hard enough to protect the brain from repeated hits and kicks to it. That is more important than who wins the Super Bowl or who wins the welterweight UFC boxing title last Saturday. It's not good enough to come on this show and say, then don't watch it, don't play it, or don't smoke it. No, we are trying to create a civil society, and football, boxing, mixed martial arts, and soccer do not exist without government. It is government that builds the stadiums for the professionals as well as the kids to play in. It is the government that often pays the medical bills for broken down fighters, football players, mixed martial artists. It is the government that pays for the domestic abuse, the self-abuse, the drug abuse that is so often associated with CTE. When CTE becomes a public health matter, which it is, then the government steps in, as in wear a mask. COVID is a communicable disease that kills people. Wear a mask or a helmet. Wear a helmet. Well, the helmets actually don't prevent CTE. And that's the problem with football. And there's a problem with boxing. And you cannot allow soccer players to head the ball, because this affects all of us. You don't wear seatbelts, then your crash affects all of us because it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep you alive after you go through the windshield. So we pass laws mandating seatbelts. We pass laws limiting how fast you can drive. You're free not to wear a seatbelt, but not on my road. You don't want to wear a seatbelt? Go buy up your own land, build your own highways, drive on those, and go as fast as you want, but not on my highway. If you're going to use the roads built by the people, you follow the rules of the road, which over time have been written based on science. We go with the best science we have at the time. And money will massage that science to convince us otherwise. And we have to be careful because money is the enemy. Automakers don't want to make safer cars because it costs them money. So they use their money to silence their critics. We are, whether you like it or not, communal beings. We die if we're not part of a community. There's a lot of loneliness right now in America. This country is dying because of hyper individuality. We're dying because we've lost our sense for what is good for the commons. That kills your soul. It's killing America's soul. It makes you sad, lonely, depressed, and angry. And that anger often manifests itself in the enjoyment of blood sports like football, boxing, and now mixed martial arts. This is a new sport. This is my first exposure to mixed martial arts was as a kid through Bruce Lee, who died at the age of 32. Some say from an aneurysm in the brain. Others say the mixed martial artist mixed the wrong prescription meds. I don't know. I just know it's sad. It didn't end well for him. It also didn't end well for his son, Brandon Lee, who was accidentally shot to death, Alec Baldwin style, on the set of The Crow. The bullet was fired by one of the villains, one of the actors who was playing the villain in the movie, who was raping the protagonist's girlfriend. Sounds like an interesting storyline. Am I allowed to say that I personally don't enjoy violence? Is that okay? Am I allowed to say maybe these video games and action movies are at best a waste of time and at worst a trivialization of violence? Can I say that? Can I say that emergency room physicians say that gunshot victims of a certain age are always startled to discover how much getting shot in the leg actually hurts? Am I allowed to say that I don't think children should be taught that might makes right and that conflict resolution is best realized through violence? Am I allowed to say that I don't think that's the best message we should be sending our children or each other? Look, I try not to look at pornography, okay? It's hard, but I'm bummed. That's not what I was trying to say. It's hard not to watch pornography. It's all over the place. But can we at least agree that too much pornography, like too much violence, is not a good thing? Can we agree that it can become an addiction? And can we agree that that's problematic? Can we agree that a society inured to violence tends to get more violent, that maybe it's a good idea not to expose our society to too much violence, unless, of course, you want to turn them into warriors, which this is a country that spends $1 trillion a year on defense that we know of. Perhaps these blood sports are part of a propaganda campaign to get us to want to kill each other and people overseas. I find anger and rage addicting. I will have Dr. Hirschenfeld on the show in a little while, and we can talk about it. I suspect a psychiatrist would tell me that anger and rage create a narcotic effect. That's why arguments escalate. It feels good to argue and scream. It does. But it creates a narcotic effect, and narcotics are not good for the brain unless you need narcotics to relieve pain. If anger and rage and violence are narcotics, then they get addictive, and it means it's not good for the brain, it's not good for children, and it's not good for our democracy. Until you, my guest from Monday, can present science that proves otherwise, shut your effing mouth, you dim-witted poser. Boy, that felt so good saying that. Shut your effing mouth, you dim-witted poser. Feels, I wish I'm glad I didn't call my guest a dim-witted poser. But it feels good to think about it. See, the body, when you're angry and raging, it produces adrenaline, and adrenaline is addictive because it feels good, makes you aroused and focused. So you want more of it. Your amygdala, your lizard brain, starts kicking your prefrontal cortex's ass. It takes charge. Your amygdala, your lizard brain, takes charge. Arguing, screaming, exhibiting hostility, and establishing intellectual dominance floods the body with delightfully resplendent hormones and chemicals. I've been there. The whole country is there. Rage and anger is the poor man's control. Let me repeat that. Rage and anger is the poor man's control. When we feel or know we have zero control over our lives, we have two choices: get depressed or lash out at the world. And by at the world, I mean somebody else. Doesn't matter who it is. And that makes you feel like you're in control. Lashing out at the world, you go from feeling powerless to feeling you're in control. I can control another person intellectually in an argument, and I can control my temper. I'm in control. I didn't get violent. I'm still angry, but I won that argument. Even though he doesn't know it, I won. And then over time, couple of hours, the hormones in your body, the adrenaline, it all breaks down and you're back to where you were. But now you've lost a friend or a lover and the argument. This is a serious problem for the right wing. That's why I was so disappointed to see this on Monday's show. This is a problem that I thought was endemic primarily to the right. So we need to be nice to each other on the left. We need to have civil discourse. And let's make sure that's just a problem for the right. I like to think if you're sane, by now you've stopped arguing with that crazy uncle who voted for Trump. You've probably figured out that your crazy uncle is fueled by liberal tears. His entire philosophy is resentment towards anyone in front of him. It's myopic. And he's been brainwashed to believe there's a limited amount of money out there and only those who bust their ass deserve any. You toss in a little American dream and patriotism for good measure, and you've got this clown convinced that billionaires deserve all their money. He's been brainwashed, your crazy uncle. He's been brainwashed to believe that the rich are not paying their fair share to the government or their workers because they deserve all their money. That's what he's been brainwashed to believe. In fact, he thinks they are paying their fair share to the government. He thinks they're paying their fair share to workers. It's the free market. And it can't be his fault. Nothing is his fault. Now, your crazy uncle, odds are, because money is getting concentrated into fewer and fewer hands, odds are your crazy uncle is financially insecure and he's terrified. And because of propaganda, he's been taught to blame somebody else for his precarity. It's not his fault because he works hard, which I'm sure he does. But he listens to propaganda, specifically training his brain to direct his rage at anyone other than the people paying for that propaganda. Most of that rage is directed towards liberals, then Marxists or socialists, then people on the left or Democrats. It's really quite brilliant how they manipulate the quite stupid. Your crazy uncle is stupid, and he's filled with rage. And when you ignore him, which you should, he's left with fewer and fewer punching bags. And that's beginning to be a problem for the right wing. If we don't engage them on the left, then they have no choice but to eat themselves. That's how they ended up with Donald Trump, who is either going to destroy the Republican Party or America. One of the two, if not both, is going down. Let's hope it's the Republican Party. Here. This week, Trump lashed out at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and said he has to be replaced immediately because he's a pawn of the Democrats. He also said that Mitch McConnell's wife Elaine Chao is crazy. She served as Trump's Secretary of Transportation. I don't want to talk about Elaine Chao. The big problem with the right is they're feeding off each other. They're eating each other. And that's why I found Monday's show so disturbing. I had a guest on the show who came on looking for a fight over fighting. He was deeply offended and took umbrage that I don't approve of mixed martial arts. But instead of discussing it, he decided to just fight me. That's what he decided to do. He pretends to come after me because I think mixed martial arts fuels bloodlust. But instead of throwing that punch, he kicks me in the head, accusing me of conflating mixed martial arts with 3 cops beating a suspect, pounding his head into cement down in Arkansas. And then when I try to explain that I wasn't blaming police violence solely on MMA, I was merely saying that blood sports normalize violence. UFC normalizes the notion that might makes right, to the point where people watching the video of those cops in Arkansas beating the shit out of that suspect, some people begin to identify with the oppressor, not the victim. I believe that mixed martial arts and boxing make it harder for people to look at that video and be appalled. I wasn't saying cops beat suspects because of mixed martial arts. I was saying the normalization of blood sports normalizes this kind of violence and makes it more acceptable. That's what I was trying to say, but my guest was more interested in beating me up. It was sad because I actually like the guy, but he was looking for a fight on Monday, and there was nothing I could say that wouldn't trigger his anger. He wasn't looking for the truth. He was looking for a fight. And that's especially embarrassing for him because it proved my point. Fighting, whether it's physical, emotional, or intellectual, it's bad. It's bad for the brain. I know humans fight. I fight, but I know it's wrong because fighting is failure. It is failure that humans choose a life of mixed martial arts. Fighting is failure. Boxing is failure. It is failure that human beings choose a life of boxing. We have failed as a society when Joe Rogan, as a child, feels the need for 3 black belts to protect himself from bullies. I totally get the artistry of martial arts, but mixed martial arts draws too much blood and involves kicks to the head. Like boxing, like football, mixed martial arts is not a good choice for kids or adults to play or watch. I will watch it sometimes, and I will enjoy it, but just like pornography or a lap dance at a gentleman's club, there is a level of exploitation we should all be aware of. I'm not saying outlaw it, but we should be aware of the exploitation. And we should be aware of the long-term damage these things cause to the players, the performers, the audience, and society. I am not calling for censorship. In fact, I'm the one being censored. I try to show my audience on Monday what mixed martial arts really looks like, because you do have to see it in the right context to understand what it is, to pass judgment on it. But Disney, which owns ESPN and our children, Disney owns our children, they won't allow me to show it because they want to control the narrative. So obviously, I am opposed to censorship. I'm not saying ESPN should stop showing Ultimate Boxing or Ultimate Fighting. UFC is a new sport. It's more popular than boxing. People should see it. I'm afraid a lot of people haven't seen it yet. There are a lot of fighters getting kicked in the head, a lot of blood on the mat, a lot. I can pass judgment on a sport without wanting to ban it. I have values. I'm entitled to express my values without being told or accused of censorship. I'm allowed to tell you what I value. I value unconditional love. I value forgiveness. I don't value war or violence in any manifestation. I find boxing and mixed martial arts violent, and I find it sad. And it makes me believe that society failed most of the people in that octagon, as well as Joe Rogan, who's doing the play-by-play, and the thousands of screaming fans. I think society failed everyone involved with UFC. And I think people who promote the idea that might makes right are failing society. You want to come on this show and explain to me why I'm wrong? You're more than welcome. Go ahead. One of my listeners after Monday's show sent me some preliminary studies on MMA showing the long-term damage to the brain. More will come out. I can assure you, it's no different from boxing or football. You get kicked in the head once, just once, not good for the brain. In mixed martial arts, you get kicked in the head a lot. All sports are not equal. All drugs are not equal. I can't stop someone from doing meth. All I can do is explain what the long-term effects meth have on your body, as well as our society. And I can tell you about the people who, because society has failed them, are forced to deal it. That's what you're participating in when you choose to do crystal meth or cocaine. I am not looking for a fight or an argument. So don't come on my show looking for one. Also, my guest on Monday, we're on the same side. So show me some tenderness and maybe some respect. I show respect for everyone. I deserve respect in kind. I never brag about my accomplishments on this show, but over the course of my career, and I'm not making this up, I was telling Leslie about this before the show started, I have peed standing next to Larry King, Don Pardo, and Hugh Hefner. So maybe you should listen to what I have to say before you jump all over me. Okay, the show is starting. It's true. I peed standing next to Larry King, another time next to Don Pardo, and another time Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner spit on the ice in the urinal. Hugh Hefner was the most disgusting pee pal. Don Pardo, Larry King could not have been nicer, although Larry King was a close talker in the men's room. Afterwards, he's a close talker. I don't like to do close talking in a men's room. But I want a little respect for my micturation accomplishments. Jesus Christ. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 83 degrees and sunny. Well, I'm going to skip ahead here. We won't talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're right. It is a slippery slope. First, you cancel professors for denying climate change. And next thing you know, they're canceling all that debt students are racking up. Where does it end? Joe Biden actually kept a campaign promise yesterday and announced he was forgiving $10,000 of any college loan with the Department of Education. That's only if you earn $125,000 a year. And if you receive Pell Grants, you qualify for an additional $10,000 of forgiveness. Joe Biden on Wednesday.
Both of these targeted actions are for families who need it the most. Working and middle-class people hit especially hard during the pandemic, making under $125,000 a year.
Republican Minority Leader Senator Mitch McConnell said he adamantly opposes relieving the nearly $2 trillion of student debt, calling it, and I quote, a wildly unfair redistribution of wealth. Wow. Isn't that incredible? By the way, only 6% of people who owe student loans owe more than $100,000. So this debt relief it's significant. It's going to help a lot of people. It's going to relieve debt for a lot of people who can then use the relief to go rack up new debt. Jason Furman is a former advisor to Barack Obama. He was in the White House. And this is what he tweeted. Pouring roughly $500 billion of gasoline on the inflationary fire that is already burning is reckless. Doing it while going well beyond one campaign promise, that's $10,000 of student loan relief, and breaking another that all proposals paid for is even worse. That is Jason Furman. He is a former economic advisor to the Obama White House. He says this is inflationary. Giving people in their 60s are still paying off their student loans. Giving them some relief is going to cause inflation. Why would he say that? Well, Jason Furman now teaches economics at Harvard. He is the Aetna, A-E-T-N-A, Aetna professor of the practice of economic policy at Harvard. The Aetna, as in Aetna Insurance, professor of economics. That's who pays his salary. He is a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute, a corporate-funded think tank set up after the Powell Memo in 1983 to promote the mythical free market. The free market doesn't exist. The Peterson Institute, where Harvard's very own Jason Furman works, has been described as, quote, the locker room of the team globalization and a free trade cheering squad. F you, Jason Furman. I guarantee you, by selling his soul to Aetna and the Peterson Institute, he doesn't have any student debt. California is experiencing one of the worst droughts in its history. The state is the breadbasket to the entire world, much like Ukraine, but California, because of the drought, is now leaving 530,000 acres of farmland empty because there isn't enough water. California is imposing water restrictions on its residents, but there are reports that important people like Sly Stallone, who just announced his divorce from Jennifer Flavin, I think her first name is Jennifer. Jennifer Flavin is a great Jerry Lewis name. Jennifer Flavin, Kim Kardashian, Wayne Wade, Kevin Hart, and Sylvester Stallone have all been cited for exceeding their water budgets by several 100,000 gallons of water each this month. Do you think they even know? Do you even think they know that their estates are wasting hundreds of thousands of gallons of water each day? Here's someone who's exceeding their water budget. The owner of the boat My Saga, which is registered in the tax dodge of the Cayman Islands, sank, went underwater in Italy. I hope you can see this. My Saga was built in 2007. She can accommodate up to 12 guests in 6 staterooms with 8 crew members waiting on your every need. Isn't she beautiful? My Saga, teak deck, a steel hull, and aluminum superstructure that will allow you and your loved ones to sail off to oblivion, assuming it doesn't sink. There we go. There we go. Oh, $8 million. Why doesn't Jeff Bezos? Remember Jeff Bezos used to, try to salvage sunken ships? Why doesn't Jeff Bezos go underwater for that ship and stay there? China is experiencing its worst heat wave on record, and government officials are warning it could have a negative effect on this year's harvest. In 2006, China surpassed America as the largest producer of greenhouse gases. It is responsible for 27% of all global emissions. Meanwhile, drought conditions have resulted in the Yangtze River's lowest levels in 150 years, and that has uncovered Buddhist statues that have not been seen for nearly 600 years. This is incredible. Some interesting news coming out of drought-stricken or flood-stricken Texas. It's amazing, isn't it? Texas, which sits upon the Permian Basin, which is causing climate catastrophe. It is drought-stricken and flood-stricken. I believe the Bible would call this end times. Well, Texas is also where Dinosaur State Park is located. Dinosaur State Park in Texas. Can we all agree that all of Texas is a state park for dinosaurs, at least in their thinking? Well, they found in a dried up riverbed at Dinosaur State Park something that thrilled paleontologists. They discovered dinosaur tracks from around 113 million years ago. That is incredible. 113 million years old. It's almost as old as Governor Greg Abbott's views towards women. Earlier this week, the EU declared that Europe is experiencing its worst drought in 500 years. Nearly half of Europe is under drought conditions. The yield on summer crops is expected to be down by nearly 16% this year. Well, French President Emmanuel Macron, reelected earlier this year, pulled a Jimmy Carter and leveled with his people. He actually told the people the truth. Macron this week warned, quote, that the age of abundance is over. He declared that the world is at a tipping point. He said it is the end of insouciance, and that world leaders must speak frankly and clearly without fear-mongering. And he said the age of abundance is over because of climate change. Off the heels of last week's Inflation Reduction Act, which will reduce carbon emissions by 40% in the next 10 years, off the heels of this being signed into law, California's Air Resources Board voted this week to mandate cars powered by gasoline will be banned by 2035. You can't sell. Jay Leno will still be allowed to drive around California farting carbon dioxide into the air or whatever his car runs on. But you can't buy any new gasoline-powered cars by 2035. This is huge because California is the 7th largest economy in the world, and automakers fall in line when California mandates a change in how they allow cars to drive their roads. The ban must be approved by the Environmental Protection Agency in Washington, which has already given the ban a go-ahead. So elections have consequences. This is not going to happen with a Republican president controlling the Environmental Protection Agency. That is some good water. By 2026, 35% of all new passenger cars sold in California must have zero emissions. In 8 years, 70% of all cars in California being sold must have zero emissions. This is big. Traditionally, 16 other states follow California's lead on regulating automobiles. This is some good news, right? Okay. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas was greeted in Turkey on Tuesday by Turkish President Erdogan, who promised that Turkey has not abandoned the Palestinians, even though Israel and Turkey last week established diplomatic ties. Turkey expelled its ambassador from Israel 4 years ago when Donald Trump moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Protests resulted in Israel shooting 60 Palestinian protesters. That was 4 years ago. Turkey and Israel have now established or reestablished diplomatic ties. Imran Khan, the cricketer star who served as the 22nd Prime Minister of Pakistan up until April of this year, appeared in court today as police investigate whether or not he violated Pakistan's terrorism laws when he delivered a speech on Sunday coming out in support of his former chief of staff, who was arrested for telling soldiers to disobey orders coming from the current leadership. Imran Khan will find out whether he is going to be officially arrested sometime later next week. The Indian Air Force this week announced the firing of the 3 soldiers who accidentally fired a missile into Pakistan back in March. Really, just gonna. India and Pakistan both have nuclear weapons. Takes 3 months to fire these guys. Pakistan and India have fought 3 wars over the disputed territory of Kashmir. Not good. On Wednesday morning, the United States launched airstrikes targeting Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard stationed in Syria. Nobody was killed, said a Pentagon spokesman. The strikes only targeted 9 storage facilities, said a Pentagon spokesman. The Pentagon then said 3 American soldiers were injured today by 2 rocket attacks while they were in their housing facilities stationed in Syria. America responded by killing 2 or 3, not sure, Iranian-backed militants who the Pentagon insists were behind the attacks on our soldiers. There are currently 900 American soldiers stationed in Syria. They were sent there to protect Kurds from both Turkey and the Syrian government. Ukraine's President Zelensky celebrated the 31st, I think it's the 31st anniversary of Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union by declaring Ukraine will never give up in its war against Russian occupation. And Russia celebrated Ukrainian independence by firing rockets at a Ukrainian train station in the city of Chapline, killing 22 people, including children. It is now 6 months since Russia launched its illegal invasion of Ukraine. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, says we're basically looking at a war of attrition until, he said, Russia and Ukraine hit the bargaining table, as well as America. I've added, he didn't say America. Now, as we enter our 7th month of war in Ukraine, President Biden announced the largest U.S. aid package ever for the Ukrainian military. Biden is giving Ukraine $3 billion to spend, to buy from who? Who would they be buying from? From us. Air defense systems, radar systems, and of course, bombs, and more bombs. This despite the UN chief Antonio Guterres calling the war senseless. But it's $3 billion more this week for the military-industrial complex. Congratulations, David Rubenstein, chairman of the Carlyle Group, you effing piece of dung. Alexander Dugin, a Russian philosopher known for his ultra-right-wing fascist and racist worldview, he's been described by some as Vladimir Putin's Rasputin. Well, on Sunday, a car bomb exploded near Moscow, killing Dugin's daughter, Daria, who, like her father, has been sanctioned by the United States. This week, Alexander Dugin blamed Ukrainians for the assassination and demanded revenge. The Pope was called out by the West for calling the assassination of Dugin's daughter sad and calling the war senseless. Our Pope. Well, Tuesday was election day. In Florida, former governor and former Republican, now Democratic Congressman Charlie Crist won the nomination for governor to take on Ron DeSantis, who had this to say about Anthony Fauci announcing his retirement this week.
I know he says he's going to retire. Someone needs to grab that little elf and chuck him across the Potomac.
Ron DeSantis is fat. Ron DeSantis is fat. Hey, he calls Fauci an elf. Ron DeSantis is a fat pig. What was I talking about? Oh, well, Charlie Crist responded by making all of us wonder if we're not pronouncing his last name properly. Go ahead, Congressman Crist.
I'm going to beat him because I'm running on love, and love always wins.
Yes, more like Charlie Christ. What a great guy that Charlie Christ is. Love always wins. He's filled with love, Charlie Crist. I hope he wins. I hope he's governor of Florida again. Last time he was governor, he was a Republican, but now he's a Democrat. He's a good man. He's a good man, Charlie Crist. He doesn't think he's a good man, though, and that's where the problems are. That's where the problems are with Charlie Crist. I forgive, but I do not forget. In 2008, Charlie Crist, Republican at the time, I think he was the governor of Florida, I think. He supported an amendment to Florida's constitution banning same-sex marriage. Even worse, back in 2008, that was just 14 years ago, he opposed same-sex couples adopting children. I forgive, but I don't forget. He's trying, and I'll talk about this in a second, he's trying to make us forget, and that's evil. I forgive, but I don't forget Charlie Crist. In 2014, after he switched and became a Democrat, the LGBTQ community forgave Crist after he gave an interview saying, quote, "I'm sorry I did that. It was a mistake. I was wrong. Please forgive me." He apologized for banning same-sex marriage and trying to ban same-sex couples from adopting children. He added in his mea culpa, "I made a mistake. I'm not perfect. Please don't hold me to that standard." Well, then don't run for office. If perfection, I forgive you. I don't forget, but I'm looking for perfection. He concluded, "I understand when it's necessary to say I was wrong. That's the journey I'm on, and I'm still on it." Well, does that mean you're going to reverse course? And, we do have people opposing same-sex marriage. We have Clarence Thomas after the Dobbs decision. So the Dobbs decision, after the abortion decision, saying we should re-examine Obergefell, overturn same-sex marriage. You're on a journey, Charlie Crist. You say you're still on it? Journeys start where you begin. Your journey started with you trying to prevent same-sex couples from adopting children. Where are you going on your journey? Back to the Republican Party? I forgive Charlie Crist, but I don't forget. The LGBTQ community forgave Charlie Crist, and they've endorsed him. They endorsed him for Congress when he ran as a Democrat. But he caused a lot of pain, a lot of suicides. And whether you like it or not, when politicians want to ban same-sex adoption, they set the stage for emotional and physical violence. I forgive Charlie, but I don't forget. But you're trying to make us forget. And this is what I find so utterly offensive about Charlie Crist, who I hope beats Ron DeSantis. I believe the Clinton machine brought him over to the Democratic Party. And I believe there are moneyed people, probably from the Clinton machine, who have paid Charlie to scrub the internet. I've been doing this show for 13 years. I remember Charlie Crist. When you Google the question, is Charlie Crist gay? There were a lot of entries. Google, is Charlie Crist gay? And I find rewriting history, scrubbing history, really offensive. Because, as you know, I started today's show talking about how we arrive at a truth. Not through arguing, not through fighting, by research. And Charlie Crist obviously paid tens of thousands of dollars for somebody to scrub the internet of stories about his sexuality. Google, is Charlie Crist gay? A lot of stories used to come up. Don't anymore. Back in 2009, HBO aired a documentary directed by the very well-respected Academy Award nominee or winner, I think he might have won an Academy Award, Kirby Dick. He's been on this show several times. I believe he came on this show to promote Outrage, I think, but he's been on this show a couple of times. He did the Woody Allen, Mia Farrow documentary on HBO, kind of proving that Woody, Kirby Dick gets his facts straight. And he got his facts straight about Charlie Crist not being straight. And it was an important documentary. It's called Outrage, because it was during the fight for equality. There was a fight for equality going on in 2009, marriage equality, same-sex adoption. And a lot of Republicans who opposed same-sex adoption, same-sex marriage, were closeted. And so the debate was against really sick men. Closeted Republicans like Ken Mehlman, who was head of the Republican Party in 2004. He was a closeted homosexual. They're sick in the head, and they're dangerous if they're Republicans lashing out at same-sex marriage and same-sex adoption. They're trying to destroy what they consider to be the beast within, and is violence. And Kirby Dick and HBO performed a public service by outing these virulent homophobic politicians who were homosexual. I forgive Charlie Crist. It's actually not up to me to forgive Charlie Crist. But I'll forgive him. I hope he wins. I hope he beats Ron DeSantis. But I don't forget, and I really find it offensive that he spent tens of thousands of dollars scrubbing the internet. So when you type in, is Charlie Crist gay? Practically nothing comes up. like I said, while he was in the closet, and I don't think he's come out yet, which he's free as a Democrat not to do. If you're a Democrat, it's nobody's business if you're gay. If you're a Republican getting gay people killed and you're in the closet, your mental illness must be exposed. And it was exposed in the 2009 HBO documentary Outrage. Kirby Dick, a great director. Everybody should just look up Kirby Dick. It's a great name, Kirby, and just see all his documentaries. When he was promoting Outrage, he said back in 2009, quote, "This is one of the real problems with the closet. When people vote against who they are for political gain, or maybe to fight a rumor. Outrage focuses primarily on Charlie Crist." I hope I didn't say Charlie Kirk. If I did, I apologize. I'm Charlie Crist. I'm talking about Charlie Crist, the Democratic nominee for governor in Florida, who I hope wins. As I said, watch the movie Outrage, where Charlie Crist is outed, as well as several other virulent gay bashers. And Outrage shows that Crist just wasn't a hypocrite. He was setting the movement back decades. Look, I forgive, but I don't forget. Charlie Crist needs to make good with America by telling the American people that the harder a politician fights to bash gays, the harder their penis gets when they see or think about a naked man. Same-sex marriage is not a given. It's just a decade old. This country is moving backwards. I don't appreciate Charlie Crist scrubbing the internet. He's seen the light. He's for same-sex marriage and same-sex adoption. I don't believe he ever came out of the closet. He doesn't need to. He's now a Democrat. But he caused a lot of hurt. And he needs to explain why he caused that hurt. He caused that hurt because he was trying to kill something inside of him to prove to others what he wasn't. It's sick, dangerous, and it gets people killed. And here's the real problem. He's running against Ron DeSantis. Trust me, in the next 3 months, this is all Charlie Crist will be talking about. You can scrub the internet, but the Republicans, just like me, have a long memory. Wrong candidate. Kind of like Joe Biden. Once again, the Democrats picked the wrong candidate. If we being the Democrats, don't take back the House, I hope you get used to 2 words, Hunter Biden. Hey, you know what? Biden is putting numbers on the board. Not enough, but, I'd rather have him than Trump. I'd rather have Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, but he is putting numbers on the board, but he was the wrong candidate. It was political malfeasance for Clyburn and Obama to pick a deeply flawed man like Joe Biden, a deeply corrupt man like Joe Biden. That laptop, you better hope, for the sake of this country, you better hope the Republicans don't take the House, because we're beginning to get things done. Not enough. Got the wrong guy as president to do it. We lose the House, it's just wall-to-wall impeachment. Representative Mondaire Jones will not be going back to Congress. Mondaire Jones, Congressman Mondaire Jones, was the first openly gay black member of Congress. Unlike Charlie Crist, he was proud of how he was born. And Mondaire Jones is serving his first and last term. This will be his last term. Unfortunately, this is sad. Congressman Mondaire Jones not gone back to Congress. On Tuesday, he was defeated in the Democratic primary by MSNBC darling Dan Goldman, who was lead counsel in the first Trump impeachment. Goldman, God bless him, not God bless Goldman. Goldman was endorsed by Donald Trump, a mischievous Donald Trump. God bless Donald Trump. Goldman's personal net worth, this is a Democrat, Dan Goldman's personal net worth is $250 million. That disqualifies him. That disqualifies him to take on Mondaire Jones. He is an heir, Dan Goldman is an heir to the Levi Strauss fortune, like he ever wore blue jeans. He graduated from Yale and Stanford. Then again, Mondaire Jones went to Stanford and then on to Harvard Law School, so F the both of them. Good riddance to Mondaire Jones, although I think he's braver than Dan Goldman. But should not be electing. Democrats not helping electing people who are worth $250 million. Just wrong. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman in Pennsylvania lived on his parents' couch until he was 50. Dr. Oz makes fun of him for that. Well, Dr. Oz is running against Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman to be the next senator from Pennsylvania. The seat is currently held by a Republican, but it looks like it's going to flip because Dr. Oz is a piece of shit. Some of you may not remember, but Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman left the campaign trail earlier this year after suffering a stroke. He's now back, and Dr. Oz is a surgeon, a doctor, and he obeyed his Hippocratic oath by mocking his opponent for having a stroke. Not making that up. Dr. Oz told supporters that Fetterman is out of shape and then jokingly said Fetterman never would have had that stroke if he tried a vegetable. That's funny. And yes, of course, he's endorsed by Donald Trump, who loves vegetables, as we know. And by that, I mean he's endorsed the vegetables like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. 100 Pennsylvania doctors responded by condemning Dr. Oz, stating he endangers patients with misinformation. Dr. Valerie Arkush, a medical doctor and a spokesman for Real Doctors Against Dr. Oz, I love that title, Real Doctors Against Dr. Oz, she said this.
We're here today not as Democrats or as Republicans, but as doctors, marking the beginning of an effort across Pennsylvania to make it clear to our patients and to all Pennsylvanians that Dr. Oz's run for the United States Senate poses a major threat to public health in our Commonwealth and in our country.
And it was revealed this week that Dr. Oz, working for Donald Trump, was lobbying the FDA to use hydroxychloroquine to cure COVID. An email to Jared Kushner came out this week, where Dr. Oz is singing the praises of hydroxychloroquine, that we have to get it available because it will kill the virus. The proof, it's incontrovertible. The studies show. This is Dr. Oz writing to, I guess, Jared Kushner, who's also a scientist, that we've got to get hydroxychloroquine into the marketplace. There is not a single study that shows that hydroxychloroquine cures or prevents COVID. More from Dr. Arkush.
Today, we'll talk about the harm Oz has caused, making his fortune as a TV scam artist, promoting reckless medical advice, and about how his extremist, anti-woman, anti-choice agenda would further endanger the health of Pennsylvanians. Dr. Oz is a fraud. He has and will continue to put enriching himself above all else, even when it means endangering people's health. Not only did Oz promote and defend junk COVID treatments like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, but he called for reopenings during the peak of the pandemic, arguing that a 2 to 3% mortality rate for students would be worth it. Oz compared vaccine mandates to forced sterilization and lobotomies, and said COVID vaccines weren't true vaccines like childhood vaccines. Oz simply isn't trusted by real medical professionals. Georgetown University researchers found that more than 75% of the recommendations he made on his show, quote, did not align with evidence-based medical guidelines, unquote.
Wow. What was that, a 2-minute soundbite? That's great. I love the fact that I can play 2-minute sound bites. Maxwell Frost, I love that name, Maxwell Frost, a 25-year-old March for Our Lives organizer who got thrown out of a live event featuring Governor Ron DeSantis while he was shouting, "Guns are killing us, Governor, please save us." Well, he won the Democratic nomination for Florida's 10th congressional district on Tuesday, beating out my friend, Alan Grayson. Well, it is a solid Democratic district, and that means he's going to win the general, and he's heading to Washington, D.C. That would be Maxwell Frost, 25 years old, endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Laura Loomer was also running down in Florida. You know who Laura Loomer is? This is from Mother Jones. She's a 29-year-old Republican, and she ran against Congressman Daniel Webster in Florida to the right, to the far right. She, it's kind of interesting. She hates Muslims, and she says she wants to fight for Christian nationalism. Okay. Problem is she's Jewish. So just trying to unpack this. Jewish woman hates Muslims in Florida. Okay. I don't condone hatred of Muslims, but I understand that there are stupid Jews, so I can understand a stupid Jewish woman campaigning in Florida saying that she hates Muslims. But she then said she will fight for Christian nationalism. Okay, I don't think I know there are stupid Jews, but I don't think they can possibly be this stupid, right? A Jew fighting for Christian nationalism, not too bright. She was banned from CPAC in 2019. She's also been banned from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, PayPal, GoFundMe, and Venmo, but she hasn't been banned from the Republican Party and gave Congressman Daniel Webster, Republican, more of a fight than she should have. She had a lot of supporters. Well, Laura Loomer, 29-year-old, is stupid, and she refused to concede. I'm going to play a clip of her, what should have been her concession speech. This is obviously not a bright person, and you tell me if she seems a little unhinged. I don't pass judgment.
We are losing our country because of big tech election interference. And I am pleading with the Republican Party to please start taking this issue seriously. Please. Because the American people deserve representation. And that's why I ran for Congress in 2020. It's why I ran for Congress in 2022. And it's why I'm going to keep fighting for all of you.
I'm never going to quit because nobody else will hire me. This is all I can do. Yes. If you watch that video, you see that these people are there's another reason they're running for office. Something else is missing. And when you discuss politics with somebody, you should keep that in mind, that they're bringing something else to the conversation. They don't want to move. I'm not saying everyone. I'm talking about a certain type of person does not want to move the ball forward. They want to get into the ideological octagon and make you bleed because they have rage issues. They're not interested in making this a better world. I have been conducting some experiments with old friends of mine who have gotten the Trump bug, and I'm trying to deprogram them, and it's fascinating. I will not talk to them on the phone. 2 or 3 of them, I'm down to 1 because they quit. 2 or 3 of them, 3 of them began my inquisition, started it last week. And it's just a series of questions, yes or no. And it has to be via email. You cannot talk to me on the phone. I just want to know what you believe. And I get them answering simple questions. Do you believe we are a Christian nation? Do you believe Jesus wrote the Constitution? Do you believe in Medicare? Do you believe in Social Security? Do you believe that the free market can solve problems like poverty? Those kind of questions. And I get them. Each one of them goes off on a rant against Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, do you believe, I'm not arguing, I'm just asking questions. Do you believe that fossil fuels are the primary source of climate change? Al Gore's an asshole. Al Gore flew on a private jet. Just answer. And these are somewhat, one of them is a lawyer, and they cannot answer the questions without going off and raging at me. They are bringing something else. That's who Steve Bannon and Trump have tapped into. That's who Richard Nixon tapped into with the Southern Strategy. You tap into the insanity of the American people and you feed it, and it becomes about something other than a more perfect union. And why do you do that? To win. To win for whom? to win for the people who have all the money. You win by any means necessary. It's kind of interesting when Trump supporters who can write are forced to write down what they believe. They themselves are shocked and they quit. They won't do it. You can't get them to say it out loud because the interpersonal dynamics, it causes ranting and raving and violence. If you just get them to write out their answers without arguing with them, just get them to say out loud that gay marriage is better left to the states. Okay, better left to the states. Okay. And in the state you live, would you vote for gay marriage? What about abortion? It's better left to the states. Okay, in the state you live in, do you believe in abortion? Forcing them to answer questions in their mind is an act of violence. I'm accused of taunting them by simply asking, what do you believe? It's fascinating. I'm thinking of writing the test out and offering it to people to try to deprogram your crazy uncle. But it's got to be written, and you can't allow them to rant and rave. And if you can't allow them to rant and rave, they're not interested in politics. That's what the Republican Party has tapped into. I'm out of time. The Hirschenfelds are coming up. Professor Ben Burgis is going to be joining us later he's coming on at the end. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, a jury on Tuesday convicted 2 men who conspired to kidnap the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. That was 2 years ago. The FBI brought the case, and this has been described as an attempt by these anti-government extremists to launch a civil war. They were found guilty of conspiring to obtain a weapon of mass destruction to blow up a bridge. But there was a lot of marijuana involved. And a lot of people, including Peter B. Collins and Professor Marianne Cummings. Professor Marianne Cummings will be on the show later. Think the plot never would have been hatched had it not been for the FBI helping them along. By the way, Laura Loomer doesn't believe that Joe Biden is president. So how can you impeach Joe Biden if he isn't president? Let's see, let me just quickly go through these stories and we'll play some Professor Mike Steinel. The federal government, Merrick Garland, is looking into the killing of Breonna Taylor. She's the 26-year-old emergency room technician who was shot to death when 7 plainclothes police officers in Louisville, Kentucky, burst into her apartment and fired 32 shots at her boyfriend, and all 32 shots missed her boyfriend and hit Breonna Taylor, killing her. The federal government is looking into this. They say her civil rights were violated, and an ex-officer has pled guilty to falsifying the search warrant for lying on the affidavit. That's what several of the police officers, when they went to the judge to get the warrant, they're being accused of falsifying evidence. Where am I? Oh, there you are. Okay. Remember Rayshard Brooks? He was sleeping, I think it was in a Wendy's in Atlanta, and the cops hassled him and woke him up and harassed him, and I guess They were going to arrest him. He stole their stun gun, so they shot him. An investigation was held, and the government will not be pressing charges against the police officers who killed Rayshard Brooks. This is coming out of Florida, and then we'll wrap it up. A Bradford County, this is from the San Francisco Chronicle. A Bradford County, Florida sheriff's deputy pointed his gun, screamed at, and handcuffed a pregnant mother during a traffic stop for speeding earlier this month, all while her 3 kids looked on. If you make any movement, it'll be the last mistake you'll ever make. Deputy Jacob Dessous told Ebony Washington, who is black, with his gun drawn after she stopped her vehicle. That's according to body camera footage from the incident. Did I mention that? I think I mentioned that Rayshard Brooks was African American. I hope I mentioned that. Gavin Newsom has vetoed the safe and section site bill. They were going to create areas. Well, they have them in San Francisco where you can shoot up and in a safe environment. And it was passed in the California state legislature. Gavin Newsom, who's running for president, obviously vetoed it. And Paul Pelosi has been sentenced to 5 days in jail after pleading guilty to crashing into another car while drunk, and he got 5 days in prison. Why don't they get him for inside trading? And I'll end on this. San Francisco Chronicle. This is Nancy Pelosi's town. Poop complaints have swelled in all San Francisco neighborhoods except this one. Which one? Well, that's the wrong one. Is it this one? I thought this was it. Hang on. The Tenderloin. Let me read to you. This is a serious problem in San Francisco. Homelessness. They've priced anybody who's not a millionaire out of the market. You cannot live in San Francisco if you, so people are pooping in the streets of San Francisco. This is from the San Francisco Chronicle. At 1,465 feces-related calls per 1,000 residents since 2008. So for every 1,000 residents of San Francisco, there are 1,465 feces. So that means for every resident of San Francisco, there have been 1.5 complaints about human feces. The Tenderloin has had among the highest rates of feces calls in the city. Oh my God, this is Nancy Pelosi. And so they've installed something called, where is this? Pit stop bathrooms. They can't give the homeless homes, but they can spend $100,000 to over $600,000 a year to operate a single pit stop bathroom. That's what they're willing to. It comes out to $28.50. I'm not making this up, per flush. That is San Francisco's solution to homelessness, to spend anywhere between $100,000 to over $600,000 a year for a single pit stop bathroom that comes out to $28.50 per flush. The problem, see, that's San Francisco. The problem, they think, is getting the feces off the street, not helping. They'll spend $600,000 a year per pit stop to get rid of the feces, but not help the homeless. That's Paul Pelosi and Nancy Pelosi's hometown. They're landlords, and they're worth $200 million. Right. We will be back with the Hirschenfelds. Professor Ben Burgess joins us after Professor Harvey J.K. and Alan Minsky. Office hours every Friday night, this Friday at 8 p.m. Please join us and go to my website for the link. Sign up for my newsletter while you're over there. If you subscribe to my newsletter, it comes out on Friday. That also includes the office hours link. All you need is Zoom. Meet better people. Come to office hours. Back with the Hirschenfelds.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA, who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And go to my website to sign up. And don't forget, if you live in Seattle or Port Townsend in the state of Washington, this Friday night, Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog, will be playing the Thing Festival. This is, it's not Bumbershoot, it's better. He'll be at the McCurdy Pavilion Friday, August 26th at 10 p.m. Special guest, Ken Jennings from Jeopardy! So if you live in Washington State or you're near Seattle, go to the Thing Festival and go see Triumph the Insult Comic Dog at McCurdy Pavilion in Port Townsend, Washington. At the Thing Festival, you will laugh till you start laughing some more. Nobody funnier than Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. Although our next guests come pretty close, I think. Ethan Hirschenfeld is the author of Today Is Now. Do we have him? And we have Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Freudian.
Do you see me?
Yes, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld.
Great. Okay.
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld joins us. He is a Freudian psychoanalyst. I believe he's coming from Cape Cod today.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
I have a lot.
Happy to be here.
Thank you. I have a lot to discuss with you.
Okay. By the way, in answer to your question about why people believe these outrageous things that you were discussing before,
Yes.
this is not my idea. I read it. Somebody else wrote this, that the concept of right or wrong no longer exists in America. The only concept that makes any headway is win or lose. So to win, you do anything that you think will help you win. Lie, cheat, steal, make up in crazy stories. There's something fundamentally disturbed, not with our entire society. I wouldn't go that far, but with important parts of it.
Okay. I have a lot I want to ask you. So,
Shoot.
by the way, is Ethan coming in?
I thought he was. He's out of town. He was just shooting a movie.
Okay.
Maybe he's still shooting it. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. He got the part. So
He got the part.
yes, congratulations. Let me ask you about discourse in America and violence and addiction to anger. I had and I told you this, about a month ago, I blew up and it felt good and it became addictive and I just wanted to keep blowing up. And I wanted to ask you how that relates to something like mixed martial arts, boxing, and football, and whether or not blood sports play any part in anesthetizing us or revving us up and inuring us to the realities of violence.
I can proffer opinions on this. Whether I'm right or wrong is a whole different matter. But, you know, the Romans had the Colosseum. Well, at least we've progressed past having wild animals tear up the people we don't like as a form of entertainment. But I don't think you can point to any one thing and say, this is doing the job. I think that there's to some degree, there's been a degradation in society. But has it always been there? Yes, it's always been there. We had the Crusades, for example. That was, you know, violence, mostly for violence sake. So I think it's a constant battle within ourselves and within society. Look at you, you're a primary case. You apparently really enjoyed blowing up.
Yes.
Right?
I have toxic male rage.
Yeah. So, and by the way, you know, to some degree, it goes with comedy. There's always some degree of hostility in any joke. If there's not, it's just too bland.
Right.
You're poking fun at somebody. You're doing something slightly aggressive. With Don Rickles, it was, you know, 96% aggressive. People still laughed at him, you know, that he was funny, but Bob Hope, was 3%
Right.
aggressive.
Did Freud say that comedy is saying what you're not allowed to say, or was that attributed to? Is that true? I remember reading somewhere that Freud said comedy is an act of aggression, but it's also stating what nobody else is allowed to say.
Yes, it's saying it in an acceptable manner. Like, all the abuse I subject you to almost every week. I can say, just kidding.
Right, but it's not funny that way. If you say you're just kidding, it's not funny, and it wouldn't be true. So,
Right.
Going back to mixed martial arts,
Yes.
boxing,
Right.
have we failed society? The people who engage in boxing, has society failed these people? Traditionally, that's what I always believe, that traditionally boxing was a manifestation of where society failed certain people.
Well, you could say that, but that form of violent entertainment has always been around, and it's traditionally been a way for the most disadvantaged people to try to come up in the world. It's sort of like buying a lottery ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Your chances of winning are very slim, but the chances are there.
Is it
So,
I agree with you. Is it possible, however, that we're missing something? That boxing or mixed martial arts is not about punching out of the trenches, that it comes from a love of the sport. They call boxing the sweet science, and I
Yes.
believe it is a sweet science. Is it possible we're missing something, where boxing is a choice, and it's not a reflection of poverty or societal abuse?
well, I don't know what the statistics are, but I would bet that the vast majority of people who are boxers did come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And in America, it's been different ethnic groups at different times who were producing the boxers. Irish, Italians, Jews, blacks.
Well, they didn't let Jack Johnson fight white people.
No, yeah,
Where they wouldn't let black people play baseball.
right.
That's for two reasons: racism and a deep-rooted knowledge that they would lose.
Yeah,
So violence in movies, in sports,
right.
is it harmless for kids to? And again, it's not. There's no. I'm coming to you for a recommendation. I know that there's no absolute answer here. If I were to come to you and I say to you, I have a 14-year-old child who plays violent video games, watches mixed martial arts, and seems to relish violence, and I don't like that.
Uh-huh.
Would you am I wrong for not liking that?
Absolutely not. I think part of parental duty is to limit exposure to stuff like that. I don't think it's good for anybody, But the studies that I'm aware of seem to show that for vulnerable children, whatever that means, whether they're psychologically more vulnerable or have had trauma in their background, for kids like that, it does set off a chain of violent behavior. So I would say it's risky
Okay.
for any kid.
If I had a teenage son and I said, I believe the world is unfair, and in a perfect world, there would be no violence, but we don't live in utopia. We live in the United States of America, and this is a kill or be killed culture. And if you don't know how to protect yourself, you're going to get killed. And I tell that to my son every day. And we go to movies that reinforce the idea that it's kill or be killed, and that in the end, might makes right. That it doesn't matter what you believe, as you said at the top of your segment, it's who can win. And I'm coming to you because I have a child who is not doing well. But you can't convince me that I'm wrong for telling my son that might makes right, get in the game, kill or be killed, and he's floundering because he's weak. He needs to get tougher. Would that be, if I came to you, what would you tell me? What would you?
I would tell you, not this baldly, even though I'd feel like it, because it would really piss me off. But I'd try to get around to the idea, and it's a very hard thing to accomplish, that, sir, you are paranoid. And you are passing this paranoia on to your son, and it's not going to do him any good whatsoever. It's going to harm him in life. Remember the song, A Boy Named Sue?
Mm-hmm.
That's, the basic attitude behind that. There certainly are a lot of people like that who try to raise their kids like that. How successful they are, that's that's not going to be determined except through time. Some of it is chance. Just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean your kid is going to be paranoid. It could. You're going to make it maybe more likely. Sometimes, often, kids totally revolt.
Right.
And they have a father like that, and they, become hippie peaceniks.
Right. Right.
So it's raising kids is complicated.
Right. Would you agree, though, that parents, schools, and society have to have, and I can't believe I'm asking you this question, but these are some things I've been wrestling with because of what happened on Monday's show. There was a conversation, and I genuinely am trying to, there are certain things that I've accepted that I'm discovering some people don't agree with me. So would Freud say that the building block of civilization is teaching people that might does not make right, and that neuroses come from that, but that the only way civilization can survive is if we instill in children and citizens that might doesn't make right. Isn't that a basic foundation of civilization?
It is, along with the judicial system. so that you have some awareness that if you go over a certain line, if you beat somebody up just because you feel like it, you're going to be hauled in front of a judge. That's part of our civilized society.
Right.
Part of it is teaching. Part of it is religion. I am not religious, and I see all sorts of major faults in religion, in any religion. But on the other hand, I think very often it helps control some of these destructive impulses.
Right.
Maybe not in the best way, maybe through the use of fantasy. Oh, when you die, where do you want to be going? So there's a lot of problems with it, according in my eyes. But at the same time, we have, to a large degree, given up religion, and therefore given, and we have not put enough effort into teaching some of these things on a secular level. Somebody wrote, just this past week, I read somewhere that politics has become our substitute for religion. I forget who wrote this, but somebody smart did. And that makes a certain amount of sense. And if you remember the 100 Years' War and other such things in history, religion can get pretty violent. So maybe we're seeing politics get pretty violent if that is the substitute.
Right. And our founding fathers knew this. So
yeah,
the First Amendment said, keep your religion out of the public square. That's in the First Amendment, the Establishment Clause. They didn't write separation of church and state, but it was implied.
Yeah.
Getting back to aggression.
Yes.
When I was growing up,
it's in all of us.
When I was growing up, my father was a World War II veteran, served with the Luftwaffe. It's an old joke. My father came home from World War II, wasn't into guns, was a pacifist, was against the Vietnam War. But when I got into fist fights, he wanted to know who won.
Sure.
He was disappointed when I came home, when Harold Diamond gave me a black eye because I was protecting Barry Grossman.
Uh-huh.
And he wanted to know how the fight ended. And I remember it vividly. I remember Harold Diamond punching me and I got a black eye, and I shoved him to the ground, and he said, the fight's over. The fight's over. Like he saw that I had a black eye, and he wanted to end the fight. He negotiated his own victory. If you'll notice, Feldman, Grossman, and Diamond, that's how those fights tended to end. He said something like, you won, but I had the black eye. And I go home and I go, yeah, I got taken advantage of here. I'm the one with the black eye. Harold Diamond tricked me. And my father, I could tell, was disappointed that I had a black eye. And I tried.
Because he wanted to have a son who'd be a winner.
That's right.
That's normal.
So when my son, who I never thought would have a violent streak, I noticed he got aggressive as he was, 11, 12. And I said to him, you walk away. I don't care who you run. I don't want you to walk away from a fight. I want you to run away from a fight.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'll be proud of is how quickly you ran from that fight. And Uh, he still got into fights.
Sure. I got into lots of fights as a kid. As a matter of fact, I think it says this in my yearbook blurb, that I was the guy to call when some local gang started beating up some of the yeshiva guys.
And there's a part of you that's proud of it, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. When the Nazis were holding their Bund rallies at Madison Square Garden,
Right.
Meyer Lansky
Yeah.
sent in the Jewish gangsters and they beat
Right.
the crap out
Yeah.
of the Nazis. And
You get a feeling of satisfaction from a story like that.
so violence.
You ever read? Did you ever read Ironweed series?
I saw the movie with Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway.
Okay, so in one of those,
It takes place in Albany.
yes, the Albany series. It's a bunch of books take place up in Albany during the gangster prohibition, Irish, mostly Irish heroes. So there was this one guy, maybe his name was Billy Phelan. He was living in an encampment of homeless people. And the locals, and they had little tents and they had families, and obviously the locals who were not very well off themselves. This was Depression era. So a bunch of guys attack this homeless encampment. And you can see why they would do it, because they were threatened. They didn't want, they owned probably their own little homes that were not worth too much to begin with. But this homeless encampment was going to make their own investments even worth less. So they attacked the camp. And this guy, I'm pretty sure his name was Billy Phelan. He's in there, he's homeless, sort of by choice. He left his family and rode the rails for some reason. And these local guys are tearing down everything. And he had been a baseball player. So he grabs a baseball bat and he swings it at one of the attackers, gets him right in the knee. And as the author says, for the next 50 years, this guy remembered that swat because he totally destroyed the guy's knee.
Remember fondly?
What's that?
Fondly.
No, he was just suffering. The guy who got hit remembered it forever. Because his knee was destroyed. And every once in a while I remember this, and I take a lot of satisfaction in it. That's great. He should be remembering his evil deeds. Now, on the other hand, you could see his side of it also, and nothing is that simple.
And yet you would never instill, I don't think, in anybody the notion that violence is a legitimate form of conflict resolution.
Not at all. But I can empathize with that. I certainly don't think I ever encouraged anything like that in my kids. I'm sure they got in their fair share of fights. We lived next to a mafiosa. in Pelham Parkway in the Bronx. And
I go ahead, because I grew up with the kids of mobsters. Go ahead.
one of my kids got in a fight with little Karma. Little Karma.
Hang on, go ahead. I love this.
And Sonny came over, nose to nose with me. And whatever he said. And Ethan's brother still holds it against me that I didn't poke one in Sonny's eye. And whenever this comes up, I tell him, you know, I could have done that. I was bigger than Sonny,
Well,
but you would not have had a father past that date. However, one day I realized I hadn't seen Sonny for a while. So I saw his wife out on the sidewalk. I said, "Hey, where's Sonny?" Sonny's away. You know what away means.
he's at college.
Sonny was away 3 to 5.
Did she say, "Come on in"?
No,
No. I grew up in a part of Bergen County where the 5 families agreed that their capos, their low-level lieutenants, could raise their families, and you leave all your problems on the west side of the east side of the Hudson River. Like you come to this part of New Jersey. It's what was Rome during World War II? What do they call it? I can't remember.
Open city?
An open city. Yeah. So, but there were definitely some sons of mobsters, and when we were playing sports, I didn't elbow. I could have played a better basketball game, but I didn't want to end up in a wood chipper. You know, his father is so and so. We always gave us an excuse not to get into a fight or play too aggressively at basketball.
Well,
yeah.
this little neighborhood off of Pelham Parkway was called Pelham Gardens. Had very lovely houses, very well kept, and it was very well policed. So, for instance, I worked at Jacobi Hospital in the psychiatry unit, which was right across Pelham Parkway. And one day we had a young African-American patient, maybe 17 years old. He split from the ward, AWOL, and he's back in about half an hour. And turned out that he crossed Pelham Parkway, walked into this neighborhood, and a patrol car picked him up like in 9 seconds.
Wow.
And whisked him back to the hospital.
Wow.
So these people were very well taken care of.
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. This was great. This was great.
Yeah, but I felt like Abbott without Costello.
Oh, you talked about, yeah, it was, yeah. But he got the part. He sent me a note.
Yeah,
For a part. So that's great. Well, you are the father of the author of Today Is Now.
I am.
It gets the Feldman guarantee if you go buy.
Okay.
If you buy Today Is Now, you can do. I have to plug it this way. If you go to Amazon, you're allowed to shop on Amazon for Today Is Now, and you purchase Today Is Now, and it doesn't make you happy, I will reimburse you. Today Is Now, written by Dr. Samuel Benjamin, That is Ethan's alter ego. Go by Today Is Now. It's a hysterical.
This is his T-shirt. Can you read it?
Slapstick Comedy Club. The World Series of Comedy.
Yeah.
Is that in Boston?
His name is on the back. It's in some city, If it's not New York, I don't recognize this city. Sorry.
When my marriage was falling apart,
Yes.
I had in the attic 3 garbage bags filled with T-shirts from every club I ever played.
Mm-hmm.
And
They went in the garbage.
No.
Oh, no.
I was walking around and I noticed a lot of homeless people
Uh-huh.
played the same comedy clubs in the 80s that I did. And somebody went to the attic and
All right.
thank you,
It
Dr.
happens.
Yes, it does.
Next week.
Next week. Thank you, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld.
Thank you, David Feldman.
That was
Goodbye.
great. Goodbye. Ethan, come back. It was great. It was great being with your father. And what a great family, the Hirschenfelds.
Thank you.
Oh, you heard me say that.
I heard you say that. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, whether you like it or not, probably not. And do you need me to turn you off here? Let me turn you off there. Stop video. There we go. Give him some privacy. Office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. Please go to my website to sign up for office hours. And while you're over there, sign up for my, dare I say, amazing newsletter. I send out a newsletter every Friday. Being diligent, it includes invitation for office hours. But if you don't want my newsletter, just go to my website and the link is right there. Office hours, Friday night at 8 p.m. I'm going to take a quick break, if you don't mind. When we come back, the host of the PETA podcast, columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, will be joining us. But first, let's play a song by the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel, whose new book is Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. Go to savingcharlieparker.com and buy Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. And one of the songs from Saving Charlie Parker is Turtle, written and produced and performed by Professor Mike Steinel, Rosanna Eckert, her husband, Mr. Eckert. And when he comes back on Monday, he'll tell us everybody who's playing on this amazing song, Turtle, which is featured in the book on tape version of Saving Charlie Parker, a novel by Professor Mike Steinel. Nothing better than that. That is Turtle, written and performed by Professor Mike Steinell. We'll get the names of the other people who performed on that track. The Eckerts, Rosanna Eckert. I know her husband. I think her husband's playing the drums. I'm not sure. On Monday, I'll find out who's playing on Turtle. It doesn't get any better than that. Emil Guillermo joins us. Thank you for waiting. Let me just ask Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. We're running 10 minutes behind. Are we putting anybody on the grill today, oh Quizmaster?
No, we are not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. I was going to challenge you.
Me?
Yes, I was going to challenge you to.
Feel free. Go ahead.
All right. How are you, sir? Why isn't your name coming up? I'm just tending to.
On this.
Something doesn't feel right. Here we go. Let me try it again.
I
see what's going on. Okay.
I had my first mochi donut yesterday.
Wait a second. Is that a Korean?
Well, I think it's more Japanese than Korean. Mochi is the sweet rice flour, right? Mochi.
Yeah.
That you make, and it's fun to do with a loved one, like say, your amorous partner, you're on a lazy Saturday or Sunday, make some mochi. It gets sticky. It gets, it's very tactile. It's fun to make, but it's even more fun to eat. And some people, they get into mochi by eating because it's like that soft, doughy kind of thing. And a lot of people know it from like mochi ice cream. They stuff ice cream into mochi, and it's available at places like Costco. Got real popular. But so I'm just, my daughter's visiting me, and she was telling me about mochi donuts. I thought, mochi donuts? I mean, what are they? And then I'm walking around or driving around this part of the Bay Area where there are a lot of Asians. And there was a shop that sells, it's called, it's called Mochilicious. It's a small little place. But what they do is they take the mochi dough and then they fry it up like a donut. So instead of that soft, gelatinous kind of mochi thing, sweet rice flour, it's like a donut, and it tastes better than a donut. And then they do weird things like have a matcha kind of frosting or a black sesame frosting. I mean, it's delicious. I've never, and it's still fried. I think and there's some oil because it's fried, so it's not as vegan as I'd like it to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's delicious. Mochi donut. I mean, I've been on a kind of anti-sugar, anti-donut craze. I binged on cronuts for a while. New Yorkers know cronuts, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I got into
You know what we love in New York City also?
What's that?
D's nuts. They ever tried D's nuts?
Which nuts are those?
When you come to New York, I'll treat you to some of D's nuts.
Please. Yeah. Okay, yeah, D's nuts. I'm down. Mochi donuts, though. I mean, it's surprising. They're surprisingly good. And so I went in this place where they had the mochi donuts, which is Japanese, not Korean. They had. Have you ever been to a Ranch 99?
I'm going to ask you that in a second. Dan Frankenberger, late breaking news from the newsroom.
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
This is who plays on Turtle. Mike Steinell on trumpet, Chris McGuire on saxophone, Rosanna Eckert on vocals, Pat Coyle on piano and the B3 organ, Carl Hillman on bass. I knew I was going to do that. I knew.
Kind of fish. They play a different kind of fish in jazz.
I knew I was going to do that. And Steve Barnes on drums. I thought it was Rosanna Eckert's husband on drums, but I was mistaken. So you went to what 99 what?
Ranch. But before you get to that, weren't you ever a jazz DJ in college radio?
No.
Because at the college radio station I was at, I did jazz, and they tell you have to do the back announce and get all the instruments right, and you said saxophone, but now alto, tenor, soprano. I mean, you got to get down to the details there, right? And the bass, you got to get the right fish.
I got kicked off WKCR. I was going to college. WKCR is one of the best jazz stations in the world. And I had a radio show, a comedy radio show that I did with like 5 other guys. And the host there was a literary show that they let me host because it was like during spring break. And this was they took themselves very seriously.
Yes, jazz.
And they had professors talking about Chaucer and
Beowulf, I'm sure.
Yeah, and T.S. Eliot. And I interviewed the author of How to Pick Up Chicks.
That's a classic in its own right.
This was like 1980, I don't know, 82. How to Pick Up Chicks.
Yeah,
it was a book that was advertised at the back of one of those magazines that you weren't supposed to read, but you did. And I figured, this place needs F everybody. I'm interviewing How to Pick Up Chicks. And I wasn't allowed back. They threw me out off the station, the college radio station.
That was a classic. I remember that book. And I've seen that guy go on talk shows.
I met him. I actually was hosting a film festival in Napa Valley 20 years ago. And he produced a movie, and he was there, and he was very artsy fartsy. And he said, that book is still selling. And I said, I'm still a virgin. That's true. I was a virgin, and I thought, you know what, this place, F all these books. We got to figure out how to get laid. What this college needs is How to Pick Up Chicks.
Yeah, I know well, I had to drop out and go to Texas, and that's what I did. So,
that's the story, and I did get banned from the radio station.
It's a jazz radio's loss.
Yes.
So, David, Ranch 99.
So is that in Vegas?
Well, no.
Carson City? Is this like something a place your wife lets you go to every 5 years?
Well, actually, I go to it. I end up going to it like every 10 years when I have a pang or a need to feel Asian. Ranch 99 is, if you can imagine, your Safeway, your Kroger, your Tom Thumb, your whatever you go to, Harris Teeter, your A&P, and they usually have like one aisle dedicated to foreigners, right? The other aisle. This is where you're going to get, you might find your matzah there, as well as your tortillas, as well as your siphon, or your different type of Asian noodles. Well, imagine an entire row dedicated to Asianness, to Asia. It's like an entire Safeway supermarket of Asian stuff. Like, and it's because it's not just food. You can get woks, you can get boom boxes. I don't know if they still sell boom boxes, but electronic gadgets and cookery kind of things. It's just a wild bazaar. And so I had some time to kill. I went into Ranch 90. I want to call it Rancho 99, which makes it sound like a Latino place, but it's Ranch 99. It's an Asian place. And it was like I just got in touch with my Asianness there. I mean, every kind of Asian imaginable can go in there, and it's like an orgasmic experience. It's and every single animal part that you'd want to eat. I mean, there were animal parts I didn't know they had. I mean, I know when I was a meat eater, I was kind of into weird food. Are you one of those kind of meat eaters?
Where I would eat anything?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm one of those that looks like everything looks like, you know, anything weird I was into. And so I happened to be in the meat section. I have never seen this part. And I've seen everything sold pretty much, you know, pig feet, pig ears. Have you ever seen a female pig part?
20 years ago, I could have made a joke.
Oh, you're not gonna, I'm sending you up. You're not going to go for.
No, not going to, but trust me, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, you would have been all over
I
it.
would have been all over that. Maybe 25 years ago.
Yeah. Willingly going into pre-diabetic shock because this is, yeah.
So what did you eat?
Well, I didn't eat it. I just stared at it for a while.
A female pig part.
A female. And it, you know, like someone with a labeler had to spell it out because
Is that what it's called? Her labeler?
she had a labeler, but they put it on the case.
Is this what did you eat?
I did not eat it. I just looked at it, David. I was just kind of shocked. I'd never seen this before ever. And I on my show that I do on amok.com, show episode 375, I called it a beef part. My mistake. It was pork.
I know what you're talking about.
What?
I understand. If you eat this properly,
Yeah.
it makes its own gravy. But
That's
you have to eat it the right way. And it takes you have to eat it very, very, very slowly. You have to be patient.
I think it requires some time.
It requires time.
You'll think you will have failed, but it requires a certain.
You want to leave the room, make a sandwich, come back.
This is, I'm telling you, I have never seen, you know, pig feet, pig ears, pig snout. I have never seen the female part of a pig for sale. And I'll say it because it's more, it sounds biological. And not necessarily a gourmet treat, but
hang on. Just do it like this. So you actually ate her.
No, I looked.
It tastes like.
No, David, I just looked at it. I didn't even touch it. I didn't even touch it. Okay, all right. You want to know what part it was?
What part was it?
Okay, it starts. All right,
I'm bleeping you. It's disgusting. Kids watch this show.
all right. It starts with a U.
The uvula.
I don't think it was the uvula. No, I've had.
Uvula.
No, it wasn't the uvula.
It starts with the. Let me see if I can guess. It's a female body part.
Female body part. I'll put you on the grill.
Okay. And it starts with a U. Her undercarriage.
I think you'll find that in automotives. That's aisle 9.
All right, it's not undercarriage.
It's not undercarriage. No.
Hang on. So it begins with a U.
Begins with a U. Okay, let's do the whole charade thing.
Hang on for 1 second. And a woman pig has it, but not a male pig.
That is correct. This is the syllable sign for, I don't know, 4.
And it's called the. Is it UT?
University of Texas?
She has her own University of Texas?
Yeah, no. And it's not Uranus, because everyone has one of those.
Is it her uterus?
Ding, 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 ding. Yes. A pork uterus, $5.99 a pound at Ranch Market.
No, seriously.
I'm serious.
You can buy a pound of pig uterus for $5.99 a pound?
Well, let's be refined. It's pork uterus?
Pork uterus. Is that, no, seriously?
I'm staring right at it. I had to take a picture. I said, if I tell people I'm going to Ranch 99 to buy a pork uterus, they'll say, come on, Emil, aren't you vegan?
Let me see it. Let me see it. Show it.
Show it? Okay.
I don't believe that you can actually buy pork.
You see it?
A little down.
You see it?
Pork uterus. It literally.
$5.99 a pound. I'm going to wait till it goes on sale. I'm going to wait till it goes on sale because that's just the kind of guy I am.
Now, what is the uterus?
It's a body part that I take for granted. I know, but when it's gone, you miss it, and
it's
a sad day. I think it's important in terms of I miss that.
Is that where? I'm being serious.
Yes.
Is that where the daddy sprinkles magic dust?
I'm being serious. I know it's I'm a Catholic, so I just believe it's all.
The lights are out. How are we supposed to know?
All God's work. I just know that when I see a pork version of this, I'm just besides myself.
Does it come with like an amniotic sac?
Did it come? Let me see how to take that phrase there.
Does it?
Well, no. It comes in a little like you would buy ground chuck, except this isn't ground; it's whole. See? Do you see that?
I don't think you can show that on YouTube. we already showed mixed martial arts and got dinged.
Oh,
now we're obscene. This is the filthiest show we've ever done.
This says USDA $5.99 pound, $7.70. I think there's a special waiver if it's under $10. You can say it.
I see. That's got to be a pretty good job being a USDA inspector, checking out the pork uteri.
Yeah, I mean, the Asians were big on the chicken sexer stories, right? The Asians.
What?
Chicken sexers? The chicken sexers.
My son.
Is he a chicken sexer?
No, he sends me from when he was in. He'd go, I've got you want to read my paper on, Chomsky? And I go, sure, send it. And he'd send me an attachment and it would be a chicken sexer. So it was a guy, at least tell me what the chicken sexer is.
Well, a chicken sex, the chicks, when you're in
he sent me a guy having sex with a chicken.
I'm talking about a real functional job.
Oh, looking for the cocks on the cocks.
You gotta separate. Look, here's the thing.
The baby cocks.
You're worthless if you're a male, if you're a chicken.
Right.
The hens win, right? So you gotta separate the hens or the young hens from the boys, and the boys go bye-bye, and the hens they keep and they
what do they do to the cocks?
The cocks?
The cocks.
They separate them. I didn't really follow what happens after, but
I bet they grind them up.
They are made for feed. I would imagine, but
so that's
for the longest time though.
That's a reason not to eat eggs.
One of the reasons, yeah. If you're vegan, you wouldn't. But Asian Americans.
Well, hang on for 1 second. Can you eat, or do you only eat a hen? Does anybody say, let's let that grow up to be a man, and I'm in the mood to eat some.
I don't even know. Look, I'm sort of sorry I brought this up because look, I want to be a good vegan. I would never eat a pig.
Well, now I definitely am disgusted.
I just if you look at it and look what it looks like it could be, like a Come on, Dave, you got to stop doing that, David. They'll think I'm funnier than I am. So
You're getting a quiz next week for sure.
I can't imagine though how you'd prepare this.
Dan, he's getting the Inquisition next week.
Yeah, he's gonna try to stump the hump.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it. Look, I'll play your games. I play along. Look,
All right.
David,
Let's talk about student loans.
Yeah.
And keep it clean.
Yeah, of course. Well, people studying.
Excuse me for 1 second. Can we get a better picture, Dan, for YouTube? The brain scans. What do you think?
Do you have something in mind?
Pig uterus.
I'll send you this.
No. I don't know.
I'll take care of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That was a theme in the moment.
I know, but it might be. What did we talk about on the show?
It was a. Is it called TBI?
TBI.
What is
the brain injury?
Oh yeah, but
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, it's better if it's a person instead of a body part.
I thought about that, and that's two people, but I will take care of it.
That is two people, but I think who's the person we're talking about on the show today?
I'll take care of
it. You said body part? You mean like a pig uterus?
Your mind is right where I want it. Just stay there. I have never felt more alive.
David, it's all about being alive. It's all about what is alive. And, do you know about nonviolent communication, Marshall Rosenberg's thing? I know you're talking about getting beat up by the mafia in an earlier segment.
Yeah.
But if we communicated about what is alive, what isn't alive in our lives in the moment, and if we talked about what's real, what our needs are, what we're feeling. And I'm sorry that my feeling today was around pork uterus. I'm still wondering how to fix that. Is it in a stew? Probably like a stew, I would think.
Let us talk about
student loans. Look, I'm appalled by the hypocrisy of the GOPPP, because you know how many millions of dollars that even the Republican congressmen got in terms of PPP loans, and then were forgiven, right? Matt, $475,000. Marjorie Taylor Greene, about $180,000, right? Given to them. And what does Marjorie Taylor Greene do? She's not even on a committee. Marjorie Taylor Greene just, yaps her mouth. Maybe she was given the money to keep her mouth open. I'm not sure, but she got $180,000 for PPP, and it was forgiven. So,
in Moscow, Donald Trump got a PPP on me.
He got something. It depends. I just know that the rhetoric on the student loan forgiveness thing.
Reverend, I just want you to know.
Yes.
That we have an actual reverend who's about to join us. And you have taken it into the gutter.
But that's where you want it, David.
No. This is disrespectful to the Reverend Barry W. Lynn to be talking, to be in the gutter without him able to participate. There he is. I said the gutter, and all of a sudden, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Am I up?
Hey, so anyway, the student loan thing is really outrageous because, number one, it's not just elitist, it's also racist, because the people who are suffering from student loan default, and the Office of Education has done a big study with the Brookings Institute. 43% of these loan defaults are black students, some of whom with BAs, and it only shows that even with a BA being the dream that you can achieve and you can go on and better yourself in society, they still can't get past gatekeepers and still can't get past the barriers that that hold them down, and that the loan that they can't repay is because there's a double whammy. They got some of them have BAs, some of them don't. They don't even finish, but they're saddled with this debt, and it sinks them further. It becomes the albatross around their neck.
A lot of people, a lot of kids get the loan. A lot of kids come from families that are living at or below the poverty line. The money comes in, and I'm getting angry. Hang on. The money comes in, and then there's a family emergency.
Yeah.
And who in their right mind would not turn over that student loan money, or if you can't turn over the student loan money, at least you're working to go to college along with the student loan money. So you turn over all the money you make working to your family instead of living on it. And the lie being told to them is, rack up debt, trust us, when you graduate, you'll be able to pay it off. How dare anybody be against student loan relief? How dare?
Here's the thing, David. Most of the people who get the student loans, some of them are two-year colleges, the public, the JCs, the JUCOs, the junior colleges, but a lot of these people are getting their loans because they've gained admission to the private colleges, right? The private for-profit colleges, like the kind that Betsy DeVos's family, engaged in.
You talking about DeVry?
I don't know if it's DeVry, but her family was big on a private college, and she had a lot of friends, a network of people who were into private for-profit colleges. That was the whole, we're going to get you a certificate so you could be a med tech and that kind of thing.
Right. They made her Department of Education. They put her in the
exactly the hen house, right? So anyway, you're right. Yeah, and
Fox News hen house.
So here are her friends, right, who are benefiting because there she is as the head of the Department of Education, and they're making the loans to all these kids, saying, here's the promise, and they're getting them in to the schools, giving them the loans, and then they don't get the degree, or they drop out because of unforeseen circumstances, or because they get the degree and they don't get the job that was promised, and then they have the degree or the certificate and they have the loan and they're stuck and they default. And who are the people who are talking against student loan forgiveness? The Republicans, protecting their friends who gave the loans, or who gave admission to these people who were forced to get the loans in the first place. So
I got to tell you something about Joe Biden.
Yeah.
On this, he kept a promise. 6% of a student loan debt in America is over $100,000. So if you get $10,000 relieved, $20,000 if you had a Pell Grant, that's a big load. That's a lot of money. Secondly, he's playing hardball. The White House, as you just said, released all the people who are against relieving student loans, and the White House is going after naming names.
Yeah. Hey, there's a website you can go to.
Who got PPP money?
Who got PPP money? And it's interesting. I mean,
Schilling.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, but they got it, and we don't know exactly how they spent it, if they spent it wisely, but it was money that was forgiven. It was money that, and so forgiveness is part of their vocabulary for themselves, but not for these students. It's really...
This is great. Curt Schilling, the retired baseball player, tweeted out, "My body, my choice, your loan, my responsibility. This isn't loan forgiveness. It's a generation of lazy, unaccountable, uneducated children being covered by hardworking, debt-paying Americans." So the White House revealed that he got how much? 2.5
million.
How much did he get? The company producers ate this. Rhode Island taxpayers ate $75 million after he went bankrupt. When his 38 studios went bankrupt.
Yeah, Kurt Schilling.
He defrauded tax. The state went after him for defrauding taxpayers, and he paid $2.5 million on the $75 million loan to Rhode Island taxpayers. F you, Kurt Schilling. Good for the White House for going after all these effing.
Yeah, well, this is the thing about Biden. You know, when he gave that speech this week, he really showed that he's not a blue blood. All the money he made came after, from being a politician, which is in itself kind of questionable. But, look, he was a regular guy. He tells that story about his dad having to tell young Joe coming in with his baseball spikes after practice, having to tell Joe Biden that he couldn't borrow the money from the bank to get him to college. I mean, this is a real story. I mean, just imagine Donald Trump saying anything about student loans and forgiveness. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't. It's impossible. So there's something about Biden now. He's sort of on a roll, although a lot of people think, why is Biden doing this? He's given the Republicans an issue. I think it's good. It's not everything that needs to be done with student loans, but it's a start. And, he needs to look at the private colleges. Department of Education they have to look at the private for-profit colleges and how they operate, number one. And they got to look at, how people can pay back loans after, based on what they make. Because what they found in this study is that the defaults go up after the first 12 to 20 years. I mean, it just people start paying back and then they default after 12 years, and so things happen. Things don't work out, and I just think that we have to look at the high cost of college. We got to look at these private for-profits and what they're doing. I mean, really, I don't know. I mean, the books, the information's all the same. What's so expensive about the things you learned back when we were in college and what they're learning now? Why does it have to be so expensive? And why couldn't the system be like instead of K through 12 ending in high school, why can't the public responsibility or the public obligation be K through 16? Add the 4 years. Forget the junior colleges, K through 14. Add the 2 years, make it the full BA, K through 16. For America to maintain its competitiveness.
Yeah, we have to wrap it up, sir.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I just get upset about student loans.
Louder with Crowder got a PPP loan of $70,445. And they forgave $71,208. The interest, the Daily Caller, is that what's his name's?
Tucker Carlson's old.
They got a $306,000 loan from PPP. The government forgave $308,000, nearly $309,000. So they forgave the interest as well.
Everyone's on the door.
MFers, the Reverend. Thank you, Emil Guillermo. We're running late.
Thank you.
Host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Read him over at ALDEF, Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Emil Amok, Emil's Takeout. How do people watch Emil's Takeout?
Go to amok.com, and if I will put up the picture of the pork uterus that you will not show.
In front of a reverend.
Well, I think it's a virgin uterus.
You're disrespectful. What this man has been going through this week. He's been packing boxes all week, and you bring up a pork uterus to a man who has spent all week putting his hand in dirty, disgusting boxes filled with and thank you, Emil.
Thank you, David. Love you.
Love you too. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn is a member of the Supreme Court Bar. He is a lawyer. He ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State for nearly a quarter of a century. Besides being a lawyer, he's an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. He is having a rough week. This is a rough week you're having. You've lost your voice. You're muted. Can you hear me? No, you're still mute. You're still muted. No, Reverend. No, Reverend. He's moving this week. He is moving to another state out of Washington, D.C. And moving is considered one of the most, like going through a move is almost as bad as, hey, if you live in Port Townsend, Washington, if you live near Seattle, if you live in Washington State or Idaho, this Friday night, that would be tonight if you're listening to this as a podcast, Triumph, the Incel Comic Dog, is playing the McCurdy Pavilion, Friday, August 26th at 10 p.m. He's part of the Thing Festival. And his special guest will be Ken Jennings from Jeopardy. Go see Triumph, the Incel Comic Dog, playing the McCurdy Pavilion. I promise you, big laughs. Is your sound on, Reverend? No, it's not. We're having we had to start 5 minutes late today because I had technical problems. Do you want to try? I don't know what to tell you. You want to call in? Use your phone? Do you have a phone number? Dan, can you help the Reverend with the phone number?
The invitation that came in his email should have the phone number.
Do you have the invitation in front of you, Reverend? Or I can call you. I have an idea. Why don't I play some much needed? Why don't I play the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel, and then you email me your phone number, Reverend, and we'll do it with you on the screen. Don't hang up your Zoom, and you'll call in, and we'll get to see you and hear you. How about that? I'm a problem solver, just like Josh Gottheimer. I get things done, just like Josh effing Gottheimer, my sister's congressman who doesn't do town meetings. Because Josh Gottheimer is a piece of human. Oh, I don't want to go there. All right, I'm trying to pick a song there's so many great songs from Professor Mike Steinel. So much, it's an embarrassment of riches. I have an idea. Let's first hear some Donald Trump.
I started the civil rights movement, David, giving basketball to the blacks.
Okay, I'm not really sure that's true.
I
Mr.
gave
Fred.
them basketball and rap.
You rap.
Are you familiar with Sugar Hill, David? The Sugar Hill people, the gang, the Sugar Hill gang.
Of course, Englewood, New Jersey, the Sugar Hill Gang invented rap.
David, not even close, David. I invented rap. I gave the blacks basketball, and I didn't just give them rap. I invented it, David.
You invented rap.
The freestyle stuff, you know.
Hello.
David, Wonder Mike, Master G, Big Bank, Hank.
You've leaned against
They used to work for my father, and they saw me sitting in the office, and there was a nephew on my mom's side who worked for us, and he was slow, David. Can you say that word now, slow?
I think you can say slow.
Well, let's just say he had a bad stutter and a stammer.
He had a stutter and a stammer. You couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. His name was Lonnie. So naturally, I called him Lonnie. Because he had a stutter. So instead of calling him Lonnie like boring people would, I called him Lonnie. It's a nickname, David.
Okay, I don't understand what this has to do with you inventing
I
rap.
gave rap to the blacks, David.
Okay, you told me that. I don't understand.
invented rap, David, and I gave it to the blacks. I'd go Lanny, and the blacks started making records. Go back and forth, one by one, two by two.
I mean,
Back
scratching.
and forth, they would go wicka, 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 wicka. Scratching, yes. We used to call it scratching. We used to call it lannying. Then the white man didn't like that, David. He made it his own and he changed it to scratching. But believe me, David, it was lannying. And it made my father smile, David. It made my father smile. My father rarely smiled. Great man, but I made him smile. I was the only one who could make my father smile by making fun of his wife's stuttering nephew, Lonnie. And that's how I invented rap, making fun of a stuttering and stammering nephew of my wife.
Of your mother, a little Freudian slip there.
Of my mother, sorry. A Freudian, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
You know, wife, mother, daughter, all the same. Yes, I invented rap, David. I invented rap. I gave it to the blacks.
I think the professor, are you there, Professor?
I'm here. I'm here.
You cured it. Did you? Now, let me ask
No, I got an expert to come in.
No, you did. You're a reverend and you
Yes.
laid hands on it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I was having a debate with Cal Thomas, who, of course, was, I think, the second most read syndicated columnist in America for a long time. But initially he worked for Jerry Falwell. And we were having a debate up at a college in Albany. And a guy came up to ask a question with his arm in a sling. So Cal says, just a second, heel.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. No, he didn't heal, but he was, it was very interesting because when we were flying back the next morning, we were on the same small plane back.
Oh, I thought he had angel's wings.
Well, he might have had angel wings, but we almost crashed into a weather balloon. The plane dipped precipitously. I mean, just so quickly that the breakfast just kind of floated up to the ceiling. And
was he able to keep his comb over?
He may not have had it at the time. He was a younger man.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so for years afterwards, every time we would be on some TV show together, he'd say, yeah, remember that time we almost hit the weather balloon? And then I'd say, I'm not sure if it's because you were on the plane or because I was on the plane that we managed to survive. Now, Cal Thomas is an interesting guy. He would not.
Great. That's so funny.
Did
he laugh?
Yes, he did. Cal Thomas, actually, among conservative religious reactionaries, probably has the best sense of humor of anybody. And he also didn't have, I remember the shortest appearance I ever made on Fox News was with him. The subject was hanging the 10 Commandments in school rooms. And so the host, whoever it was, says, what do I think? And I said, this is a terrible idea. She turns to Cal and Cal goes, no, Barry's right. That's a terrible idea. And the segment ended. I mean, I think it was probably 2.5 minutes and it was over. So
wow.
he also didn't like the politicking that churches were doing. We actually did a joint press conference once at the press club over the idea that churches were actually endorsing candidates for public office. And much to the surprise of many on the religious right, Cal Thomas thought that was a terrible idea and was even willing to be at a press conference with me, who also thought it was a terrible idea. But when I watched the tape on C-SPAN, I noticed that as he walked by me, he was sitting on my left, he put devil horns up. You see? And then I saw them but now he was, and I got into a big dispute over, this was something I did not on behalf of Americans United, but there are these itinerant traveling theologians who go around and debate liberals about various points of theology. So I was scheduled to go to a very conservative Presbyterian church on Long Island to debate the question, can you be an authentic Christian and also be gay? Or as they put it, be a homosexual. And I knew it was sponsored by a right-wing talk show host up in Long Island. And what I didn't, I said I would do this only if they allowed the audience to participate. That was the one thing I said. And I got to the church and I saw a lot of cars. There were hundreds of cars. There were a lot of people with bumper stickers like evolution isn't true, abortion stops a beating heart, all of that. So we engaged in what turned out to be a 2.5-hour conversation, a formal debate. Walking up to the front of the church, the guy who was hosting it said, "Oh, we did have one change of plans." And I said, "Well, what's the change of plans?" They said, "We're not going to allow any audience participation." And I said, "That was what we agreed to." And I said, "Why would you change it? And why would you wait till now to tell me this?" And I should have literally walked back and not participated. But the justification was that they were concerned that ACT UP, the anti-AIDS group, would come in and disrupt the church, which I thought was incredibly stupid. But so then he started to sell videotapes of this event. So I had to get a cease and desist order, which I did. And I had to hire a lawyer, intellectual property lawyer in Los Angeles, and it cost me a lot of money. But I did win. I was awarded $1, which was about 1/10,000th of the amount of money I spent on this lawyer. But when the guy couldn't sell it anymore, he started to complain about this. This big free speech advocate, Barry Lynn, won't let me sell his appearance at our debate. And he wrote to Cal Thomas, and Cal calls me up and says, what is this all about? And I said, "Look, this is my performance. I mean, you can't steal my performance." And he said, "Stop." He said, "I don't let anybody sell any of my speeches at all. So you're right, he's wrong. I'm going to tell him to go jump in the lake."
Right.
But so there is a certain principle there, and I wish every conservative had certain principles, but many of them do not.
Well, let's turn. Yeah. Well, let's talk about the election. Let's talk about what Tuesday. What did you learn on Tuesday?
Well, I learned that in special elections where you have...
excuse me for a second. Could you hear there's any noise? I apologize if you can hear this.
I can hear a little noise, but
is it distracting?
No.
Dan, is it distracting?
Nope, it's good.
Do you hear it?
No.
Oh, maybe it's in my head.
Could be.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, so in the special election in New York State, there was a reasonably progressive Democrat running against what turned out to be a somewhat reasonable Republican conservative who wasn't really campaigning against abortion. And in those cases, and the other guy, the Democrat, was talking solely about the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And he did win, and he won by a slightly higher margin than Joe Biden had taken that district in the presidential election year. And so everybody was getting very, very excited about this. And I agree that it's a, the commentators for 2 days did nothing but talk about how this could be a bellwether for the future and not to worry. And Democrats are feeling happy. And they should be happy, but I just doubt that in certain races it's going to make much of a difference, because you're going to find people who are in districts that didn't vote for Biden, who it's an important victory, but it's just not, in my judgment, it is not enough to prove that there's some kind of a magic blue wave coming in the House. I still think it'll happen in the Senate, but I don't see it happening in the House. And even going back to the Kansas elections that everybody was talking about, here is an effort to amend the Kansas state constitution to allow the legislature to pass restrictions on abortion. And it was, the whole thing was very complicated. Whether you voted yes or no, people didn't understand how they were going to vote. And you were supposed to vote no, not to change it. And, they voted no. But I'm just not sure that either of those is enough to prove that everything is going to work out just fine for Democrats, particularly not in the House.
Well, let me ask you about that, because I know everybody wants a horse race. I know that every election starts with, well, we were expecting a red wave, and now we have a game. We have a game going. The Democrats have come on strong. I want to ask you, I always say on the show, I don't like to horse race, but we are, 80 some odd days away from the midterms. Elections do have consequences. I am worried that the Democrats are going to lose the House, because there is some progress being made. And there's no opportunity for the squad or the progressive wing of the Democratic Party to pressure Biden, Pelosi, and Schumer to lurch to the left if our side doesn't control the House of Representatives. I mean, everything is shut down. It's investigation Rama. Biden's going to issue executive orders. Some will stick, some will be overturned by the Supreme Court. I mean, he issued an executive order extending the eviction moratorium, and the Supreme Court shot it down. I need the Democrats to win the House, despite all their flaws. You cannot move the party to the left, and get things done if they're not in charge. So what do you think? I mean, I do think that when you factor in Roe v. Wade and women in this country and men getting the shit scared out of them, the thought of losing not just same-sex marriage, but contraception.
Yep.
A lot of people are going to be coming to the polls. How, with Congress, the fact that I think his name was Murphy in upstate New York, outperformed Biden in a heavily red district. Isn't that somewhat telling? Isn't that a tea leaf that indicates McCarthy won't be speaker?
I think it's a tea leaf, but again, it had a relatively small turnout. It was, by the way, although Biden won it barely in the last presidential election, when it was the Hillary Clinton Donald Trump election, it went for Donald Trump. So
that's important.
It is important.
And the other thing that I read about the midterms is traditionally you get people with college education showing up during the midterms. Have you ever heard this, that you get a smarter electorate turning out for midterms? So that does not bode well for the Republicans, because only an idiot would vote for the Republicans.
Yep. I do wonder. I mean, I have heard that, and I think there's some data to suggest that it's more highly educated people that come out in midterms. But I kind of breathlessly wonder every day when I get 15 requests from politicians to send me money, that people have to make choices about where they spend whatever limited amount of money they have to spend on political candidates. And if people are running against somebody that's truly awful, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that guy has just gotten millions of dollars, mostly, from people all over the country, not who live in Alabama. But I don't see a chance that she will be defeated. And there's a huge amount of money being sucked out of the economy of progressives to fight people who are distinctly terrible human beings, but probably don't have a snowball's chance in hell of actually winning in the general election this time. But hope springs eternal. And I obviously hope you're right. And you absolutely are right that if the House goes into full investigation-orama, they'll start with Fauci. And there was a little thing on Megyn Kelly's podcast this afternoon where she went on this tear about Mar-a-Lago, and it was all because of Biden, and Biden ought to be investigated and Fauci ought to be investigated. I mean, she's kind of a nut also, and a racist also, but she just took it to a new level today. She's not I remember the first time I ever went on Fox with her as a guest, it was about National Day of Prayer. And she actually said to me in the course of the conversation, Mr. Lim, why do you think prayer is necessarily religious? I said, no. It's a pretty smart comment. Yeah, it was, I think it was the nuttiest conservative comment of the day from one of these organizations that used to put that out every day. But I was...
what are we going to do about these people? What do we do?
Well, you don't give them more airtime than they deserve. I mean, it's really...
When I was growing up, Brent Bozell, these ultra right-wing crypto John Birchers were freaks, and you would put them on late at night along with UFO nuts, and they would talk about literally they would be on these late night talk shows because they were amusing, and they were talking about getting rid of everything FDR gave us, getting us back to before FDR. And you'd listen and go, well, that's kind of funny, and so are the lizard people and the creatures who live below the Earth's mantle. All that stuff. If you're trying to fall asleep at night, it's great for insomniacs. They have now become the Republican Party.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have. I've been talking to a couple of older friends who are Trumpists reach out to me looking for a fight. And I ask them to answer some questions for me. And that is, what do you believe? What is your ideology? They cannot do it.
No,
It's fat. They last
I know.
maybe 5. One lasted 10 questions.
Yeah.
All I did was ask them simple questions. Do you believe the war in Iraq was a blunder? Just answer my questions. And they accuse me of looking for a fight. I'm baiting them.
Of course.
Is climate change man-made? Simple question. And they can't do it in a conversation. Like, I won't do it in a conversation because they go, well, let's talk on the phone. I go, no. I just want you to tell me what you believe.
Right.
They
Right.
can't do it
No, they
without
can't.
flipping out. It's fascinating. It's absolutely
truly is.
fascinating. And it
It
cannot
truly
be
is.
done. It can't be done through conversation because they want to bring volatility. They want drama, arguments. They want the adrenaline rush. I'm just looking to find out what they actually believe. They can't do it. It's
No.
fascinating.
Absolutely. You're absolutely
And
right.
how is it possible, Reverend, that not a single journalist in Washington, D.C. can sit one of these politicians down and say, ask them 100 questions. Just answer me. What do you believe? Do you believe this or do you believe that? Do you believe this or do you believe that? Just tell me what you believe. Can't do it. Can't see it on TV. Can't hear it on radio.
Nope.
Can't even see it in like the newspapers.
I mean, the reason journalists in Washington don't do that is because they're afraid that they will lose the ability to have the same person on 6 months later if you offended that person.
For simply asking, what do you believe? Do you believe Christ wrote the Constitution?
Right.
Simple question, because
Of course.
some people were saying that at CPAC. Do you
Yes, they
believe
were.
that? I'm not going to argue with you. I just need to know.
Yeah. Well, journalism used to be much better in Washington, and it used to be much better because people had trained to think about what it meant to get the news out to people. And even Ted Turner at the beginning of CNN really worked hard at getting people who knew the news, who knew Washington. He hired a lot of people from WTOP, which is a major news station to this day in Washington. But now it slipped into how attractive is the person, in certainly more so with women. I mean, I remember being on CNN one night having makeup done when Paul Azan still had an evening show. And the guy doing the makeup said, oh, look at this. We looked up at the monitor and the camera just showed Paul Azan's legs. And he said, if they're taking shots like that, she won't be long for this network. And of course, she was gone. And very soon after that, I think we have to get over a couple of things. The image of people on television, there is a thing called a Q rating, which is how appealing people are as hosts on television. And networks still do that. They still are looking for somebody. CNN fired, I think, the best interviewer they ever had when she got a little old, and she wasn't she was not by a conventional standard an attractive woman, and they just simply let her go. And this appearance thing is really, really a problem, and you can't get away from it, because you can't say, well, if she was only hired for her looks, because some people are conventionally attractive and really smart. But, frankly, I don't think the really smart part comes into play nearly like it should when you're talking about hiring someone as an anchor for the news.
Right.
During the evening or at any other time. I was hoping we could talk about rape.
Well,
This is
Go ahead.
today trending on Twitter this morning was the phrase "rapey McForehead," which of course is a reference to Matt Gaetz. And I thought, this is interesting. And so I thought, I'm going to read this whole chain of things. And these are some of the remarks made about Matt Gaetz, who of course has still not been prosecuted, although I understand there is an active continuing investigation by a very cautious U.S. attorney in Florida. And I thought, look at some of these brilliant comments made about Rapey McFarhead. Here's one. Rapey McFarhead sounds like a, quote, rejected McDonald's mascot for the 1980s. That was good. If you ever feel behind in life, remember that Matt Gaetz didn't get his first high school girlfriend until he was almost 40. These are good. Rapey McFarland, I always get him confused with Drunky McRapeface with a picture of Brett Kavanaugh. Matt Gaetz, 2022 campaign bus. It's a purple van with the words "free candy" penciled in on the side in white paint.
Right.
And here, Matt Gaetz on a date, a picture of the Frankenstein monster and that little girl near the lake just before, in some but not all of the prints, Frankenstein's monster throws the little girl in the lake and she drowns. But then I started thinking, there's nothing funny about rape. And I certainly think there's plenty of evidence that Matt Gaetz committed sexual assault and possibly human trafficking also.
And there's even worse that I've heard.
Well, there's a lot, there are financial things that he's been
and
accused
stuff
of
that went on in college.
And stuff that went on in college. All that's true.
You know about that.
Yeah, because I think somebody did, maybe Vice did a big piece about him fairly recently. Yeah, there's a lot to
these people, Reverend. When I watch somebody like Matt Gaetz or this guy Charlie Kirk from Turning Point,
yes,
they're really good. They learned their lines, and I watch them speak. I watch them grill. I watched Matt Gaetz grill our military leaders.
Yep.
They're really good. How does that work? Are they cornered by some kind of lobbyist who just feeds them lines? Because they know their stuff, don't they?
Well, they know what they think they know. But I mean, when Matt Gaetz starts to take on military leaders, I'm not sure I'd agree with you that he does a great job. I think he makes a speech, which of course is what most members of Congress do when they're supposedly asking questions of a witness. They want to pontificate. They only have 5 minutes, so they pontificate for 4 minutes, then ask a question, and then the witness has 30 seconds to respond. So I don't think they're that good. I think in the case of somebody like Ted Cruz, he is incredibly good at memorizing everything. I mean, I think I mentioned some months ago, I had one debate at the press club with him. And
you debated Ted Cruz?
Yes. Somebody was looking to do a rematch of that, and I suggested that he probably wouldn't be doing that, but he just is brilliant at memorizing. And think of this, the reason he did well in those debates when there were 16 Republicans running at one time in 8 years ago, it's so predictable what you're going to be asked in those debates. You're going to be asked something about Israel. You're going to be asked something about a balanced budget. You're going to be asked something about abortion. And he just memorized answers. And he was very good. He was very good in this debate I had with him at the press club, where he just had perfectly good answers, all memorized. He doesn't take a scrap of paper up with him. He just has it memorized. And that's a talent that a lot of politicians don't have, because he's good at it. He sounds like a learned person, unless you ask him a second or a third question, which of course rarely happens at presidential debates.
Or anywhere.
Or anywhere. And Matt Gaetz, he was the only no vote in the entire House or Senate against a sex trafficking bill.
Right.
And, it doesn't prove anything except just kind of how loathsome he really is. But so now he's running against Rebecca Jones. Rebecca Jones is the woman who blew the whistle on the fact that Governor DeSantis in Florida was failing to adequately count the number of deaths from COVID-19. And she was fired. DeSantis said she was incompetent. But if you listen to the evidence and you listen to her stories about what happens, they would do something like a child would come in with a cough, and then it would turn out it was COVID, but they didn't count it as COVID. In one case, there was a guy who had, he had gotten pneumonia, then he got COVID, and they counted it as a pneumonia death, not a COVID death. Those kind of shenanigans. This woman is an expert on statistics and on.
But there are charges, and I think your doctor wife would probably be able to answer this. There are allegations that people. Well, let me just say this.
Yeah.
When police departments need funding to battle cocaine, they'll ask the coroner to look inside the bloodstream of somebody who died. And there's cocaine, barbiturates, alcohol. Say he died from a cocaine overdose.
Right, of course.
Because we're fighting cocaine now.
Right. But the COVID thing, to this day, DeSantis says that his policies were as limited as possible. Wearing of masks, he poo-pooed all this, attacked Fauci all the time. But clearly he was nursing those statistics in a way that made it look like his policies of let's not get too excited about COVID worked out to the advantage. And I mean, there are people who think literally he just ignored half of the deaths from COVID in Florida. But I don't know that there's any evidence it's that high. But what Rebecca Jones talks about is very credible. She's running against Matt Gaetz. Of course, Gaetz earlier this week won overwhelmingly for the Republican nomination to keep his seat. And unless there's a sex trafficking allegation made pretty soon by the U.S. Attorney in the Middle District of Florida, he's going to, I think, waltz to victory again in November. And that's a shame. That's a shame. But then I thought, to what degree is the fact that people are making these jokes on Twitter about the issue of rape, is that okay because they're talking about Matt Gaetz, or is this something that ought to be taken much more seriously by everyone, and maybe it really isn't a joking matter? And I really have been struggling with this ever since I saw this Twitter thing coming up nonstop this morning when I was on the computer. I mean, it is not funny. And maybe there's a point at which ridicule like this subsumes the fact that this just plain isn't a funny topic to talk about, even on Twitter.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, if it diminishes rape, the severity of rape, it's problematic. But you know, Donald Trump has been accused. There are credible sexual assault allegations, about 40 against Donald Trump.
Right.
So is calling him a rapist and making jokes about Donald Trump being a rapist trivializing rape, or is it trivializing the trivialization of rape?
Well, I mean, that's exactly the question. And I wish I was more comfortable thinking that that was the case. And since we are talking about rape, here's something else about rape. There was a guy who was on the Stanford University swimming team named Brock Turner. Brock Turner was successfully prosecuted.
I remember the judge.
Yeah, and the judge gave him 6 months in jail, of which I believe he served 3 months. So he's now out, and he's apparently living in Ohio. And there's been an effort on the part of women living in Ohio to constantly notify people about where this guy is. And one of them said, if you see this guy, and she had a picture of him in a bar, tell the bartender who he is, tell any women you see who he is. And this is a guy who went behind a dumpster and attempted to rape I believe, 17-year-old student, which was the basis of this. 2 people on bicycles, as I remember the story.
What did the judge say? He suffered enough?
Yeah, he suffered enough. I mean, it was so unbelievable that, but I think when you take this into your own hands, when women decide that this is something to be proclaimed, that you're not going to be, you're just not going to be allowed to get away with this, and with the ridiculous non-punishment that this effort at sexual assault and rape was generated by Brock Turner. I mean, to me, that's the kind of thing that really does empower a lot more than, making jokes about Matt Gaetz. I don't know.
The thing with jokes is people think making a joke is enough, that it provides. So as though laughing at the joke is enough to vote him out of office. I don't know if the problem, I think the conversation about calling him Rapey McForehead, if they're going down and trying to get him unelected,
yeah,
I think sometimes we in the joke making field sometimes think we're moving the needle. The reason the Republicans, they're not in charge now, but they control the Supreme Court.
Sure.
They work on a granular level. They drill down state by state, city by city, congressional district by congressional district, overturning elections. They're not making jokes. They're making jokes while they're doing it, but
sure,
all you do is go on Twitter. You're not helping anybody.
No, I
We
don't think
all laughed at Donald Trump in 2006.
Didn't we?
Didn't we? Yep.
Yeah. Didn't we think when he came off out of that bus with the TV commentator and talked about grabbing women by their
Billy
privates
Bush.
and so on, Billy Bush, that was going to signal the end of the Trump candidacy, and of course it didn't. And of course although he didn't get a majority of the votes, he certainly used the Electoral College to his advantage and became a president who I hope and believe will go down as probably the most dishonest,
But not the
president.
worst.
I think you could say that George W. Bush was the worst. I don't think Reagan was as bad as
More damaging.
in the long run. Yeah.
I mean, there
we
is
don't, but see, we don't know that yet, because when you and Emil were talking about the student loan forgiveness, there's a very strong argument that will be used that it is beyond Biden's constitutional prerogative to issue this kind of school debt elimination. And the argument is, after 9/11, they passed a bill, I think it was called the Freedom Fund. And the idea was to give the Secretary of Education the power, without regard to looking at things on a case-by-case basis, deciding that a whole group of people should have certain loans forgiven because of the national emergency that was 9/11. And that they've done it sometimes after that. But if you it was never challenged, but if you challenged it now and said, look, that we're not in a national emergency, this is a power that does not belong to the chief executive, I think there are probably 5 votes on the Supreme Court to win that, That's why we don't know the damage that these people, the 3 people appointed by Trump to the Supreme Court, will do on all of these issues, including this one. So I think what Reagan did might end up paling in comparison to what Donald Trump's appointees have done and will continue to do as long as they are sitting on the court, which will be a long, long time.
Tell me before you go how the move is. What advice, what lessons have you learned? A lot of people are moving. They're being, I was going to make people are moving.
People are. I'm moving.
Moving.
Here's what I discovered. I used to be on television a lot, and I would love ties. And every time I would go to New York, at the time, I'm suspect it's similar now, you could buy 10 ties for $10. I found 95 ties to give away, sorting through stuff I haven't looked at for years in the back of my closet. And I think if you collect things, seriously consider what the value is of collecting things. I collected postage stamps. I have box loads of postage stamps. I was visiting a donor at Americans United up in Cambridge.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Hang on for 1 second. As a kid, I collected postage stamps.
Yeah.
And then I stopped because I couldn't afford it.
Right.
But I was told it's a great investment. That's how I I was a kid. I was like 8.
Of course.
And I said to my father, this is a great investment. And he went, uh-huh. So I stopped. I don't know, by the time I was 10, I still have it. Is it a great investment?
Yeah, no, it is not. I was visiting a donor at Americans United who lived up in Cambridge, and he said, "Where are you going next?" I said, I'm going to go to Harvard Square and shop a little bit. And he said, "Hey, look, we'll drive you there if you'll just mail this package." And so he shows me the package, and it's filled with 2 and 3 cent stamps from the 1930s. And I looked at him and I said, "Aren't these worth anything?" And he said, "Yes, 2 and 3 cents.
Really?
Yes, they are absolutely worthless. They're
beautiful, but they are.
I know they're beautiful.
They're beautiful.
My father said, collect and to find a country's stamps other than the United States that you want to collect. And so he and I started collecting stamps from Japan, which are even more beautiful than the stamps in the United.
I have a
Hitler stamp.
Yeah. As a kid, I remember buying a Hitler stamp.
Well, now they got a Pete Seeger stamp, so that's
same
good.
thing. What's the difference? Hitler?
What's the difference? You can't be alive and be on a stamp.
Right. But he was alive when they. It was
with Hitler, I think it was a slightly different arrangement.
Yeah.
But
Queen Elizabeth is on the stamps, isn't she?
Yeah, but that's another country.
Right.
I mean, yeah. So, but in the United States, you cannot be on a stamp if you are a living person.
Right.
So your opportunity to do that is pretty much lost.
Okay.
But don't collect. If you collect, I called a guy that I used to use to auction off comic books, which is another thing I collected. And I said, do you ever deal with stamps? And he laughed and he said, there are only 6 people who collect stamps in the United States, and one of them died last year.
So he gets the stamp?
Yeah, the stamp. Now they could put them on a stamp. But music and stuff like that. I have enormous collections of music. I'm trying to give a lot of that away. My plan is, there is a guy in upstate New York who used to have a museum in New York City, and now he's moved in order to accommodate a copy of every piece of music that was ever produced in the United States. And if it was produced on a 45, and then it was also on an LP, and it was also on a CD, he wants all of those. So I've been in touch with him because I tend to collect pretty obscure singer-songwriters from the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. And he was deliriously happy, and I've got box loads of stuff I'm going to send him by media mail before we leave Washington.
Great. We have to wrap it up.
Okay.
Just want you to know, I am going through my mother's stuff, and one of the things I realize about myself is I don't collect things. I collect people. And if the police ever find what's underneath my floorboard, I'm in a lot of trouble.
You and John Wayne Gacy.
Yes, who never wore white after Labor Day. No, who was the Ed Gein? Ed Gein.
Ed Gein was the guy that
who made suits out of.
Yeah, Ed Gein. I think it's Gein, but yeah, he was the subject of a fictionalized version in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
But he would wear the skins of his victims, right?
Yes.
I was thinking of a joke this morning. He never wore white after Labor Day, which is
well,
right.
Well, and he never wore blackface after or before Labor Day, so I guess maybe we should forgive him.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com and see his sermons, his interviews on Firing Line, Crossfire, Fire in, I don't know. And follow him on Twitter at Barry W. Lynn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll be happy to give you some more moving advice next week when I will still be moving.
Thank you, the Reverend Kondo. The Reverend Marie Kondo. Thank you. Well, it's time now for the professors and Marianne. If I seem a little edgy, it's because I live next door. I live in an air shaft, right? And what was great about the air shaft was it was quiet. But now the hospital has decided to add on because there's more money in skimming off construction than there is on MRIs. But do you hear this? Okay, you don't hear that. Okay, good. I have a noise gate on my mixer, so maybe you can't hear it. Too bad they don't have noise gates for our ears. It would be so great. Professor Marianne Cummings, who I was talking about earlier in the show, joins us. She is a particle physicist. Professor Ann Lee teaches something so complicated I can't. What are you an expert in, Professor Ann Lee? I can't even pronounce it. You have to unmute yourself.
Geospatial information science.
Geoinformation spatial science, and you also blog over the
Sort of.
Daily. What are you laughing at, Professor Hussein? What did I screw up?
It's dyslexic. That's all. Don't worry about it.
That's all.
What did I say?
It was so complicated that you couldn't repeat it.
Geospatial.
Geospatial information science, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
I said geospatial.
Maps.
Mapes. You teach mapes.
That's right.
Maps.
What happened to good old cartography? That's just too straightforward. You got to do geospatial information science.
It became equine, so the horse became before the cartography. Anyway.
Professor Bick teaches the Twilight Zone A and Star Trek. Did I pronounce it? At office hours. We didn't have you at office hours last Friday. You were at a Trekkie convention. I'll ask you about that. And Professor Adnan Hussein teaches religion is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. I got to ask Professor Bick, you went to a Star Trek convention. You're muted.
I was doing field research, David.
Okay. So before we start, did you wait in line to get an autograph from somebody?
You know what? I did not get autographs or pictures with the celebrities. But,
by the way, we're doing FeldoCon next year in Vegas, and Professor Hussein and Professor Cummings and you and Professor Lee, you're all going to have a booth, and you're going to have to be there for 24 hours shaking hands and signing posters and books at FeldoCon.
Every day on the chat is like FeldoCon.
We got the religion going, we got the university, and now we're going to do FeldoCon. So you didn't stand in line?
No, but I did get to see them and, briefly talk to them when I ran into them in the hallway and stuff like that. But what I really enjoy is, meeting people there and talking about their interests in Star Trek and why they're interested and, how they got into it and all that stuff. Making friends. So there are people that go back year after year, and I really have become friendly with a number of them. So it's very enjoyable that way. And also, I have secured a very interesting guest for your show.
Mm-hmm.
He's a flight surgeon at NASA.
Wow.
And he goes there every year. And he gave a presentation on new developments in medicine. And, he's comparing it to sort of the Star Trek medicine to what they're really doing.
That would be great.
NASA.
Will you interview him for the show?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way, I should mention, I don't think Professor Marianne Cummings is embarrassed. She goes to puppet conventions every year, ventriloquist conventions. She's a big fan of ventriloquists and dummies and no? Okay.
Probably, explains all those blackouts I've had over the years. I don't know how I was doing. I was dreaming. Although I did used to go regularly to the science fiction conventions in Chicago, and they're some of the best science fiction conventions in the nation, WindyCon and Capricorn, and NASA was smart. They sent their best lecturers to these conferences because even though you got a lot of people, dressed in medieval times to Klingons to whatever, but they're also mostly the professional managerial class, the older ones with lots of, discretionary income. And so was his name Christopher Wright, was a fellow that gave some fantastic, he was giving talks on the old Hubble, when 20 years ago when the first pictures came out on Hubble, and they were just fantastic talks.
Professor Hussein, you have a son, if I'm not mistaken. Have you ever dragged him to something resembling like feeling This is what a father should take a son to, that is a little quirky, like Comic-Con or Star Trek Con, or
I haven't done anything quite like the sci-fi, but I have indoctrinated him in several of my interests, which I think probably is unfair, but gives me company. So I indoctrinated him in fantasy, genre stuff, and Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and all of that. I mean, it's natural because, that's probably where some of my own medieval interests probably came out of, this sort of Arthurian legend, all of that kind of stuff. So I have that sort of nerdy subcultural interest culturally, but we haven't gone to any conventions or any Society for Creative Anachronism type stuff. And also my interest in soccer. Now he's a big soccer player and he's more interested in it than I am. But there's always time for me to, corrupt him or it's already, he's at that age where hanging out with your parents or doing things with your parents can be a deep embarrassment.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if I might be able to enhance that by taking him to something like a Star Trek convention and actually justify, if I'm going to get that sort of mood and attitude, I may as well.
I used to do what I did to my kids? I would ask them to if I saw a friend, I'd say, go away. This is a friend of mine. I'm embarrassed of you. When they were like 14 and 15, we go to the farmer's market in LA and I'd say to them, oh, there's my friend Jeff. Can you guys go away? I'm ashamed of you. But we want to meet your friend. No, I'm ashamed of you. Professor Lee, have you ever gone to some crazy convention that you?
Yeah, one of my favorite memories is, it's not a favorite memory. My roommate at the time wanted to go to a gun show. And so I got dragged to a gun show. And so as a matter of amusement, I decided that I would go up to every gun show has usually a Nazi memorabilia stand. So
I know.
I went over and started annoying the guy with questions about assault rifles. But anyway, yes, that's because he was clearly uncomfortable talking to me. So I just kept on going on. I was very Feldo-like in that sense.
Right. Triumph the Incel Comic Dog, who's going to be playing Port Townsend Friday night in Washington State. People should go see him. In 2016, Triumph went to a gun show in Iowa.
Oh, God.
And we filmed it. And I don't know if this made it, but we had somebody, I think his name was Mo Amer, the comedian. He dressed up in full, what people at a gun show would think a Muslim looked like. And Triumph got kicked out because he was looking at guns with Mo Amer. I think it was Mo Amer. I'm not sure. I have to find out, but I think it was Mo, dressed as what a gun enthusiast in Iowa would think a Muslim when he was asking how much guns cost and looking at rifles, and we were filming it, and we were asked to leave. We were thrown out, and I don't know if Hulu let us air that, but it was one of the funniest things Triumph, the Incel Comic Dog, did.
Sounds classic. You should probably put it up on YouTube or something.
I would have to ask Triumph, who will be at Port Townsend, the Thing Festival, Friday night. People should go see him. Let's go around. Professor Lee, what have you been writing over at the Daily Kos? We are on the 6th anniversary of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Who's up? Who's down? Let's horse race this war.
Oh, it's
Who had a good week this year, Zelensky or Putin?
I don't know if there are any good weeks in a war, but
I'm trying to make this show a little upbeat. Now that I have a new mixer.
there we go. There were a lot of media reports on the 6-month, anniversary, I suppose, or monthly, whatever monthly anniversaries are called. That's actually an interesting question. Anyway, it continues on, and I think we're looking at another. What they were predicting is sort of another set of Friedman units. We're going to get another 6 months of war, and they're essentially to sort of even out the disinformation. Russians had more people killed. They're having real trouble recruiting people. Putin's in it for the long game. More stuff is getting poured, as you mentioned earlier. More things are being bought and financed, and I think it is going to be a boost for at least the U.S. military-industrial complex, because now a lot more weapons are going to be sent one way or the other. It's actually quite fascinating to see the number of kind of reports at the 6 month, sort of marker for this war. And it looks all pretty dreary in that sense. On the other hand, there was actually a very interesting little report, now that we see sort of, they can sort of view it with a slight distance. The initial attack on Kiev was described in the Washington Post, and they had some really interesting details about how the Ukrainians managed to slow up, the attempt to essentially decapitate the Ukrainian government, and it was actually very gripping in that sense. It's a sort of a long form thing that was done in the Post. The other thing I was looking at, though, is George Will, our favorite Cubs fan, Chicago Cubs fan, wrote a thing, and it was really a throwaway. But then again, maybe that's all that George Will does these days.
Yeah.
There's a museum that opened in June in D.C. called the Museum of Victims of Communism, and so it's a fascinating little. He did a little puff piece, but it raises some interesting questions which have been up there since the idea of a Victims of Communism museum has been around, which has been around for several decades, actually. Something for right-wing folks to throw their money at. And so it apparently opened a couple of months ago. It's very small, in I think a landmarked building, which probably is another reason why it got money. And it was more fascinating because George Will decided that he would make a point of talking about victims of communism and the numbers. 100 million is supposedly the benchmark for victims of communism.
So the victims of communism would be the millions who died in Laos and Vietnam from CIA bombs. Those would be the victims of communism.
Well, that's where the misnomer is, on the one hand, yes, of course, there were purges and gulags and a bunch of other things, but there is no, and although many have tried to propose it and have some little interesting performance art pieces, there is no victims of capitalism. There is no presumptive museum of the victims. I mean, you just assume that no one ever was a victim of capitalism. The poor are not victims of capitalism, in other words. So that's just fascinating. And that was very fascinating to me, is that George Will could yammer on and talk about all those. Yes, it was
with the Belgium Congo, with the millions of people who King Leopold killed.
Yes, in fact, settler colonialism could rack up a lot of numbers, and there's several op-eds that have suggested that tens of millions in each instance of settler colonialism died as a matter of fact. I mean, in fact, victims of capitalism could include, in fact, all forms of human trafficking. Every death from human trafficking.
What about the
And-
slave?
Oh,
the-
and of course, yes, the true benchmark, of course, in the American context is slavery, and of course, Trail of Tears, and the killing of indigenous people, etc. So, but they're never considered victims of capitalism or victims of mercantilism or victims of feudalism. we don't really have museums for them. We just have museums for victims of communism. Now, victims of socialism might be an interesting museum too, and I've been thinking of proposing that to them just to get an amusing take from them on that. But anyway,
Just to be clear here, because you're not allowed to teach critical race theory on this show. I don't know.
oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, it could be just about technology. Cathode ray tubes. It's cathode ray tubes. The technology of cathode.
Right. Slavery. That was capitalism. They were property. There were auction blocks. They were traded. There's advertisements where they describe female slaves and how many children they think they could bear. They were insured. This was capitalism. Judah Benjamin, who was the Secretary of State in the Confederacy, Jewish, by the way, I've wanted to do a movie about him. He made his name by suing he made his name on insurance claims for slave ships that went down. This was capitalism. Slavery was capitalism. They were property, and they were insured. And anyway, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No. I
What
think
would you
it's
like
about
to talk about? I'm so hungry. Leslie made dinner, and it's driving me crazy. It's like, watch. Oh, we don't have Joe in Norway. What the heck?
exactly. I was just going to say that.
Oh my God, where's Joe in Norway? I'm sorry.
He doesn't have a kitchen, David. He's traveling.
There's no kitchen?
No, there's no AMSR today.
ASMR.
ASMR. What did I
What
say?
do you? It's catching. Whatever I got is. We're going to do something different. I'm going to regret saying this. We're going to watch Joe go into the bathroom. We're going to just see. I made Professor Hussein. I know somebody who has a 16-year-old son. That's the father of a 16. Joe, you've shown us all the hard work going into the meal. Now we're going to look at the real and okay. No ASMR. Okay. Joe, you let me down. I just want you to know that. What would you like to talk about, Professor Ann Lee?
Well, I just wanted to open with the Victims of Communism Museum because I do think that that's worth talking about. But
we should do a pod. Somebody should do a podcast. You should do a podcast called "Victims of Capitalism." That would be a great podcast.
I should talk the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America to sponsor that.
Yeah.
Although then they'd have several subcommittees fighting about what counts as. But anyway.
Victims of Capitalism. What a great idea. Professor Bick, what would you like to talk? By the way, when somebody brings up a subject, feel free to, we can always return to it. I'm not sure I'm hosting this properly. Professor Bick, what would you like to talk about?
So I wanted to talk about the debt forgiveness that President Biden has announced this week. And I think most people have heard that he plans to forgive $10,000 in student debt for individuals who earn less than $125,000 a year.
Please tell me this is good, that he did something good, please.
It is good. It's better than nothing, which is my name for the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Better than nothing. That's a great bumper sticker. Yeah. Joe Biden, better than
nothing. No, it's going to help a lot of people.
Good.
It should have, he should have done something that helped a lot more, but It's going to help a lot of people. And I wanted to respond to some of the criticisms that are being floated out there in the media. And you'll hear this from Republicans, and you'll hear it from corporate Democrats and other people. But there's an article on Yahoo Finance that I think is emblematic of the general gist of these arguments that are critical of this
By the way,
action.
General Gist was one of the Russian generals who was assassinated.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where you were going with that, but okay. And
I'll be quiet now.
no, it's fine. So, forgiving 10,000 worth of debt will wipe out all the money owed for about 12 million borrowers and reduce the balance for about 30 million others. And it'll cost the government about 300 billion in foregone revenue. So this article, which was written by Rick Newman, says it's a legitimate question of fairness, that people who are critical bring up about this action. And he argues that, it's going to add to the budget deficit. And it's pretty much going to wipe out the 275 billion in deficit reduction that was included in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed 2 weeks ago. And he says that it might make sense to spend 300 billion on a social benefit. Congress approves such spending on a regular basis, but policymakers starting from scratch with 300 billion at their disposal would probably never opt for student debt relief. As Wharton School of Business points out, the majority of the benefit will accrue to borrowers in the top 60% of the income distribution. The $125,000 income ceiling underscores the problem. Median household income is only about 68,000, which means some beneficiaries of the debt cancellation will earn nearly twice as much as the typical family. Okay, there are a couple of problems with that analysis. First of all, what's wrong? Even if that were true, which it isn't, even if that were true, so what? One of the main problems in this country is that we have too much debt. And this is one way to take away that debt without injuring anyone. It's harder when debt is owned by private individuals or private organizations because one person's debt is another person's asset. But
Right. Say that's really worth reminding people.
Yeah. Every loan that is made by a bank has a borrower and then a creditor. So whether it's the bank or the bank takes that loan and sells it to someone else as a financial instrument, there's somebody on the other side of that loan.
Collecting interest.
Collecting interest, yes.
And trading that debt and then making money. It's getting passed around and then they bet on the debt. I mean, there's
derivatives, and that is just out of control, and why our economy has become so financialized, and it's not really creating genuine wealth, not producing things of value. It's just trading paper essentially. So anyway. So that's one problem with this argument, that so what if it helps, people in the top 60% of the income distribution? It's also helping people in the bottom 10%.
Right.
And in reality, the group that's going to benefit the most from this, and there's an article in the New York Times today that underscores this, is the middle class. And they are going to benefit the most because of the way this thing was structured. So the idea that, very wealthy people are going to benefit from this, or people that went to Ivy League institutions are going to benefit, is nonsense. It's less than 1% of the people who are going to benefit from this went to Ivy League colleges. Okay, so now
a lot of people working in the Biden administration, from what I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
The benefit,
which is a problem, right? And a lot of people in Congress and in the courts, and yeah. So Rick Newman in this article says social programs that do the most good are typically targeted at lower income people who need the most help. The best economic return in terms of reducing poverty would probably come from expanding the child tax credit. Now, I agree with that second statement. That would have been probably the best thing that Biden proposed, was having, expanding a generous child tax credit. It pulled 40% of people out of poverty for when it was in effect. It's very effective at doing that. His first statement, though, that social programs, the best ones are targeted at lower income people. No, the best social programs are targeted at everyone. They are universal. So Social Security is nearly universal. Medicare, for anyone 65 years or older, it's a universal program. Those programs have made the most difference to Americans, and they are universal programs. And if you look at healthcare systems in other countries, they are universal programs, unlike what we have in the United States for people under 65 who are not in the military. So that statement is ideological garbage, which I would certainly expect to find in Yahoo Finance. And it needs to be called out. So, and he goes on, he says, well, what about people who didn't attend college? And there's no benefit for college grads who worked their way through school or who took out loans and repaid them. Well, I'd be perfectly fine with refunding them some of their payments. But, there's no easy way for Biden to do that without Congress acting. And Congress is not going to act because of the U.S. Senate and the way, the Democratic majority.
Or if chances are, if they were able to pay back their student loans, they don't need debt forgiveness. I'm sorry, your neighbor has a beautiful boat in the driveway. Instead of being jealous of your neighbor because he belongs to a union, instead of destroying the union, try to unionize where you work instead of trying to make sure your neighbor doesn't have a nice boat in the driveway.
Exactly. I would agree with that. And he makes the argument, he says, what about some relief for people struggling with credit card debt at a 30% interest rate? If the government bails out college.
Oh, yeah. Never says oh, but it's okay. Get rid of the effing 30%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't see Yahoo Finance making the argument to do something about the outrageous, usurious rates of credit card companies.
Right.
Why don't you do that instead of using that argument to say student debt shouldn't be forgiven? Go after the credit card companies who are killing people with these interest rates.
Literally killing them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he says, if government bails out college grads, why doesn't it pay off my mortgage or my small business loan? Well, excuse me, you didn't hear of PPP? Why does Uncle Sam just buy everyone? Why doesn't Uncle Sam just buy everyone a BMW? Now there, he's comparing a college education to a luxury automobile.
Well, for Harvard people, that's the same thing. That is, but talk about the
example of a universal program. BMW for all.
For all, yeah. I mean, it's such a ludicrous comparison, right? So education is a social good. more educated people are, whether it's in a trade, whether it's at college, the better off our country is going to be.
Exactly.
And the more advanced our economy becomes, the more education it requires in order to participate in it in a meaningful way.
Right.
And people become better citizens as well.
Exactly. Educated is better than uneducated. People, and as Donald Trump said, we love the uneducated. He literally said that.
Yeah, he did. Because that's what Republicans want. They want uneducated people. They're easy to control. They're easy to fool. They're easy to convince them that a billionaire's interest is your interest. So public policies that are in the interest of billionaires are also in your interest.
And
Which
here's a lottery ticket.
Right.
Mhm.
So if now I do criticize what Biden has done because, and he raises another point in this article, and that is that this action does nothing to solve the higher education problem in this country. It does nothing to bring down the cost of education, to stop the crazy inflation that's been going on in higher education for decades now. That's true. But why can't you do this and something else?
Right.
So if I were president instead of Biden, what I would have done would say, okay, here we go. We're going to freeze payments and interest on all student loans until the Congress passes a reform of the higher education financing system. And if they don't do that by a certain time, a year and a half or 2 years, I'm going to forgive every cent of student debt. And then if you still don't fix it, as people take out more loans, every 6 months, I'm going to forgive those loans too. Got it, people? I think that would have convinced Congress to get it done, to solve the problem. But, it seems Democrats just can't think that big anymore.
Well, they're paid to not think that big, huh? Professor John, I wanted to add a couple things to what you were saying. And I posted this article because Sabrina Salvati was going through this week. It's astounding. The number, the group of people, the demographic in this country that holds the average largest amount of student debt are Black women. It turns out that Black kids, when they get out of school, owe an average of $7,000, $8,000 more in average student debt than white kids. Like 10 years later, that number increases by 25,000. Why? Because oftentimes people are making minimal payments and the rates are allowed to fluctuate. The rates on those, you're probably paying, and sometimes people are paying less than the interest, which means that's going on to the principal. So people can be paying off their loans for 10 years and find that the principal has doubled. They're paying out a loan that was originally $15,000. They're now trying to pay off $30,000.
Unbelievable.
And here it is from Investopedia, a sobering statistic in 2019, the last time they compiled this. The Institute on Assets and Social Policies found that the average Black borrowers owed 95% of their original loan amount after 2 decades, 20 years, compared to white borrowers who on average had paid off most of their student debt. So really, this is even just the $10,000, which, as you pointed out, Biden could have done this day one instead of nickel and diming, having people worry quarter after quarter, are they going to, do we have to resume payments on this stupid loan? and a lot of people are out of work or, have had disruptions in their lives from COVID. It's astounding.
But can't you at least hang on for 1 second?
Uh,
He hasn't even been president for 2 years. It's not like, I don't know. You're right, but he did do something good. Is there anything?
No, I mean, it's like, yeah, a doctor comes along and your two legs are broken. Well, I'll just fix one, sort of.
But
But he could fix two, but he just fixes one. I mean, this is just the cynicism of the administration, the Biden administration. I don't even know what that guy comprehends anymore. But his administration just very cynically knowing that they could draw this out. They had to give the base something going into the fall elections. And this is what they did. And of course, as somebody pointed out, a lot of this is going to be wiped out when interest rates get jacked up yet again to control inflation. And people find that, their payments are bigger and the principal in many instances is going up. So no, I mean, this is something he could have wiped out on day one. I mean, it's just a tragedy for many reasons, that and many reasons that we didn't have a leader like Bernie Sanders might have been. We don't know. I mean, it's just the lost opportunity.
Well, Professor Adnan Hussein, you've been a petty tyrant. You've had to manage. I think that's how you describe. Can't you defend Joe Biden, or are you completely any empathy?
No time for Joe Biden. I'm sorry.
No empathy at all for none.
No.
Professor Ann Lee, you have an inner petty tyrant, don't you?
Yeah, but in university faculties, it is like herding cats. So it's although most of us academics have sort of our inner dark Brandon,
Everybody's a Joe Manchin.
Exactly.
In a faculty
exactly
department, you've got 10 Joe Manchins and 5 Joe Manchins and 5 Kristen Cinemas.
Is there any? I think it was Dr. Martin Luther King who I first read said incrementalism is evil.
Well, I think since this is, maybe this is the way we can get the Red-Brown Alliance going here is, since this is a Christian nation, Judeo-Christian nation, why don't we declare a Jubilee and declare 2023 a holy year, and cancel the debts like they used to do. I mean, there were certain rights or certain obligations that were dissolved every 7th year. Sabbatical, one of my favorite words in the English language, a sabbatical, the 7th year, where you rest, just like this on the Sabbath. And so every 7 years, there would be certain things that would be liquidated. And then every 7th sabbatical, so 49 years, you'd have a major decree that all debts had to be canceled. Slaves, of course, there were slaves in pre-modern Near East, and all these societies were given manumission, their freedom. So this is one thing that perhaps we can make a theological argument that we've not had, a Jubilee year, and America needs a Jubilee. We've had basically 30 years of neoliberalism. Most of the people who are, angry or resentful that people will be getting, a benefit that they won't be getting, there's a certain number of people, obviously, over the last 30 years who have been able to pay off their debts. Anybody older than that had the opportunity to go to a state university and pay very low tuition State university tuition soared in the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. It used to be affordable because it was a goal. It was understood, just as Prof. John said, as a social good, a benefit to have an educated population, that you were investing in your state's economic and political and social future. It stopped doing that. We stopped doing that at the state level, jacked up tuition, and saddled people with debt. So anybody who went to university in the 80s or before basically had affordable education. That's what we're talking about, is returning to a system that we enjoyed and that previous generations already had the benefit of. So I don't think that there's much basis for this argument. There's a few people in the interim period who have managed to pay it off, but this resentment, I mean, for other people gaining a benefit, I find, really disgusting. And it's a product of the neoliberal, period that we've been in, which is where we all understand ourselves very individualistically, and we don't understand what is the larger social benefit. So what are the economic benefit of reducing the debt?
Professor, you're leaving off the added social benefit for saddling kids with massive amounts of debt.
Well, yes, obviously.
By relieving that debt, it undermines one of our military's greatest recruitment tools.
Yes, that's true. We won't be able to get anybody to go fight our wars.
Jim Banks or somebody, shouting the quiet parts out loud said that.
Did he really, Congressman Banks?
Yeah.
Did he?
And he posted it on the Twitters.
Well, see, that goes to demonstrate something that I mentioned, I don't know, on a previous show at some point in the last few weeks, that, the military is the last surviving bastion of the welfare state, right? And so in this kind of military Keynesianism, I mean, you've got, pumping up the economy of the military industrial complex, and you feed the labor force for the military by providing social benefits. We'll pay for your college. You'll get health care. You'll get a pension. All these things that are being destroyed for the average American worker in the private economy. They're being preserved, but only in certain aspects of, the government economy that is part of this military Keynesian welfare state. So it just proves that that's kind of the way it is understood, is that you can, we'll give you these benefits, not because you're a citizen and because there's a social good to having a society like that. We'll give them to you if you're willing to serve U.S. empire abroad and fight wars for us.
Right.
I'd also like to point out the other function of student debt, which is to make them pliable for employers. That they are desperate. They have to pay those student loan payments every month, and they have to take whatever work they can get. So it's another advantage for the employer, another lever that they have over the worker. So it's only, it's to their benefit.
You can't go on strike. You're gonna, risk losing your job by trying to organize a union in your workplace. Maybe you even get that far and you have a union. Are you going to go on strike and, be without pay, for 2-3 months and then be in default, and maybe they'll repossess the few assets that you actually have? I mean, ruin your credit for the rest of your life. I mean, this is exactly as John is saying, this is a way of controlling the labor force.
Do you think Biden has shown us what happens when you give the American people the quiet quitting that's going on? We're seeing a labor force empowered. We're seeing capitalism exposed. We saw, I think the pandemic did that. You have Americans now who understand what a job is, what is expected of them. There's a brutal honesty, and I think, I don't want to say management is suffering. But between quiet quitting, getting people to do things for them, cheaply, I'm beginning to think that labor in America is seeing the brutal truth about capitalism, more so now than in decades. Is that, am I exaggerating?
I think people see that, you know, how fragile the system is under an external threat, like a plague, like a pandemic, and how unequal the outcomes are for people. You know, as I said, the managerial class went on Zoom meetings. We couldn't go to our favorite conferences for 2 years, you know, but you know, people I know who are in the service industry, a lot of them had to radically change their lives. I mean, it wasn't all bad, as I said before, but I mean, they had to really think about, I mean, so people even sold their cars, they moved in with their parents, or they moved to another, they moved to another town or even state. Some of them went back to school. I was just looking at the labor participation rate. Labor participation rate for last month, it hasn't come out, of course, for August yet, was 62.1.
That's low.
That was down. That was down from a little earlier, 62.4. That was down from like before COVID hit, which wasn't great either. It was 63 point something. But the bottom line is
the labor.
that,
Tell us what that means. What the
okay,
labor.
so it's basically people who are 16 and over who are not institutionalized. You know, what percentage of them are actually working? And institutionalized means you're in the army, or you're, you know, like institutional, you're in a mental institute, or you're in a corrections facility, or things like that. So you take all of those people out. So
if you're going to
people who are in an
college,
agency who could possibly be working, and I think that includes, huh?
Does that include people going to college?
I don't, you know what? It's not. It's not clear if it includes people. I think it just is. It doesn't even say that. I think it just, and it doesn't include, I mean, it also includes people who are retired. So it's just, you know, a gauge. So it's never going to be 100%, you know, because some fraction is going to be retired. But it's kind of a gauge on, you know, how big your labor force really is. Whereas the unemployment rate is one of the most gameable numbers you have in economics. Kind of like the gross domestic product. I mean, how much of the gross domestic product is finance, insurance, or real estate? You know, these fluffy sort of like house of cards, financial smoke and mirrors, and how much of it is real, as you said before, wealth building economy. I don't know. I think that would be very sobering to find out. But I think that it's, when you've made major adjustments in your life, and people find that they can, the idea of going back to some crappy job that's paying maybe $12 an hour, not minimum wage, you know, all the effort you have to put into just, you know, living, made people rethink, you know, some of their priorities. And so I think that,
I hate to be a Pollyanna, I'm not, but something good is happening. Something, a little good is happening now in terms of people waking up to what work is, and maybe.
We always like to think there is, but then, you know, people fall right back to sleep, or they get scared or something, you know. I don't know, you know, it is translating into, you know, in a scattered way, into labor movement. It's not quite organized on a national level. I mean, I don't think there's anything happening with Bernie's political movement. I see no change in Congress, really. I see there just doesn't seem to be anything happening. The squad wasn't disrupted really at all. But on the ground, the kind of rallies that Bernie has been going to, I mean, that's probably where he felt most comfortable anyway, in getting people motivated, in a grassroots sort of way. Unfortunately, it's the Congress that makes laws. And yes, it mattered that you had an FDR, when to get us out of the Depression, than a second term of Hoover. I mean, it matters that you have some leadership at critical times, and it's just, we don't have real leadership. But
Well,
we
let
have
me
the system
ask
kind
you
of
this. Let me
playing
ask
it
you
out
this.
and trying to.
Let me ask you, trying to, I know this pisses off a lot of people when I do this, but if the Democrats keep the House, and it looks like they're going to flip some seats, it's going to be a good election for the Democrats in the Senate. If the Democrats don't lose the House, what do you think the next 2 years would look like?
More of the same.
But
Because
more,
they don't have to do nothing, and people will come out and vote for them. So I don't know. I don't see anything fundamentally changing.
Let me ask you a question, David. Let's say that the Democrats keep the House. Maybe I don't know if this is likely, but let's say they increase their position in the House. Let's say they increase their position in the Senate. They they pick up 2, 3, 4 seats. And having done that, they don't use that power. They find excuses. They find the filibuster. They're not going to reform the filibuster. They are going to allow the Senate parliamentarian to decide what legislation can and cannot be passed in the U.S. Senate. Let's say they engage in the same things that they've been doing. Will you change your position at that point in terms of what is going to be needed to be changed to this country? Because I don't think, and it seems like you agree with this position, that what we need to do is just elect more progressive Democrats. I don't think that's the answer. I mean, in and of itself, that you need some kind of a force outside of the electoral system that is forcing the people that are in those seats to vote correctly, to vote in the interest of the American people and not of the particular interests that fund them. So my question to you is, would you change your position if, again, the Democrats have the power and they don't use it?
okay. What I'm going to do is I want to go on. I don't want to keep Professor K waiting. It's August, and everybody's been generous with their time. I know you all have better things to do. Let me answer in a. They've done studies of mazes, and they've put rats in mazes. They're to study their tolerance of frustration. And when the maze is manipulated so the rat doesn't even come close to the cheese, it just accepts it. The closer the rat gets to the cheese, the angrier it gets. It gets violent. I'm comparing us to rats, the Democratic Party to rats. We have smelled some cheese, some government cheese. And I think if the Democrats keep the House, people like you, people like me are going to demand more from the Democrats. It will create almost something similar to a civil war within the Democratic Party in the next 2 years. There is too much pain in this world right now for Democrats to accept neoliberal, more of the same. And I think if the Democrats keep the House, you will see very angry people speak in the Democratic Party demanding a lot more. And to say that Biden hasn't delivered anything, again, it's not enough. And I don't for one second want to discount the suffering. We need Medicare for all yesterday. We need to raise the minimum wage 20 years ago. I'm not making excuses for Biden. But it sounds like I am, and I'm not.
I just say, David, that I agree he has accomplished some things. The problem is that none of them address the fundamental problems. They are band-aids that allow us to muddle through temporarily.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Well, we'll continue this conversation next week. It's the dead of August, and I really appreciate everybody taking time to come on this show. Professor Ann Lee, read her over at the Daily Kos, Annie Lee. Professor Marianne Cummings, follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Professor Adnan Hussein is the host of the Mudgeless podcast and Guerrilla History with Henry Huckamaki, and Noam Chomsky is a guest this week. Who do you have on the Mudgeless podcast, please?
My student, Muhammad Abdu, Islam and Anarchism. But do check out the latest Guerrilla History. That was a great conversation with Vijay Prashad. And I'm hoping that maybe Alan and Harvey will talk a little bit about the New York. I was going to talk a little bit about the New York congressional primaries, and the 10th district was a very interesting, the contrast between the 10th district and what happened upstate.
You're talking about Mondaire
Their
Jones?
hat on about, Ryan, Captain Ryan, I think, the Iraq War veteran who, won in a pretty conservative district. So they're thinking that maybe the Democrats will do well. So I'd love to hear about that.
You're talking about Goldman versus Mondaire Jones?
Yeah, well, it wasn't just Mondaire Jones. It was like a whole, slew of candidates. There were, quite a few. And in fact, actually, most of the kind of progressives coalesced around Yulin Niu, who finished second very narrowly. She has not conceded because there are 7,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, absentee ballots. I, by the way, did not receive my absentee ballot. I'm in this district, still a registered Democrat in the district, and I received about 6 calls from Dan Goldman's campaign over the last 2-3 days. I mean, clearly he sunk a huge amount of money into this.
I hope he can afford it.
Well, I think, if you're a scion of the Levi Strauss family fortune, you can. And the left split the vote. And there's some talk that Yulin Niu might run on the working families line. So I'm just interested what's going to happen there. So maybe Alan and Harvey can.
Well, I mean, that should be decided, actually. So did you get that? I'll check right now.
Well, she was on their line, and she's talking about maybe running in November on the working families line and challenging Dan Goldman in November, which I think would be quite interesting. So, at any rate, thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. By the way, Professor Hussein, are we set for Tuesday? Because Professor Harvey J.K. wants to get together on Tuesday as well.
Are you in New York?
I will be this weekend, starting this weekend. Yeah.
I'll be in. You got my note then about Tuesday.
In the middle of the show, yes. I mean, can you do Wednesday?
You had already started the show earlier? No. I called it early I called it the afternoon. It's okay.
I was prepping.
Yep.
I was drinking, I prep. It's like a colonoscopy. I got to drink the fluids and empty. What is Wednesday like?
Me?
For you?
Oh no, Tuesday is my open day. When Monday and Tuesday, my wife and daughter go to the U.S. Open. Wednesday, I'm back with them. So Tuesday is the day. I didn't think of Monday because I know you're.
Well, you can't introduce me to your wife, and you're ashamed of me.
I am indeed. Yeah. They met you when you were cloaking yourself at Michael's.
Right. Okay. Can you do breakfast? Because I think I'm going to drive up to see Professor Hussein.
No, I'm not insulted. I'll be back in New York sometime.
No, can you do an early breakfast?
No.
Can you do?
I said I gave you choices: lunch or afternoon coffee and stuff. I mean, I can't.
Let me. It's like Sophie's Choice.
No,
You know what?
I'm not insulted.
Hang on, it's Sophie's Choice. You know what? I can't pick one. Take them both. Just kill them both.
Yeah, I just want to let the listeners know that this is how history is made, folks.
Where's Adnan going to be on Tuesday?
I'm sorry, what?
Where's Adnan going to be that you need?
Well, if I pick you up, will you come to Connecticut?
Oh God, no. No way.
Adnan disappears.
Well, maybe Professor Adnan Hussein wants to meet Professor Hussein.
This is great radio, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Would you meet us?
You guys can actually meet with. You could meet with Yulene, and she did. Adnan was right. She won the Working Families Party line, so she could challenge. Maybe you guys can all get together and talk to her about that. And, launch a challenge for the fall.
Well, for just a quick, Professor Hussein, any chance you're coming into New York on Tuesday? But you're leaving on Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I'm in on Monday, but I know you are busy prepping for this highly organized and choreographed show. So I figured that would be impossible.
What about like a late night dinner, Professor Harvey J.K.? Okay.
It never sleeps.
I really thought it was safe to talk about Tuesday and Tuesday afternoon. I had no idea Adnan would be in Connecticut. You go ahead. Don't worry about it.
This is horrible.
I say stick in the city. If you want to come out to Connecticut, David, come out on the Sunday. That's traditional.
Are you
out to the country
this
on
Sunday?
The weekend. I'll be there on Sunday too. So take a
wait. That might be doable. Sunday.
There you go. So you
are you sure?
Both. Yeah, absolutely. So just shift your day and hang out with Harvey in New York on Tuesday.
See that this is a master class in negotiation, and we solved it.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. That's great. So now we can have our lunch date, Professor.
Shit. Now we are getting together. Oh yeah.
I have to check. Leslie, is Sunday? Okay. I think we're going to switch to Sunday. This is good. All right. Let's talk about.
Call me tomorrow morning.
I will. Let's talk about last Tuesday. What did you see last Tuesday? Was Mondaire Jones any good? Is that?
I'm going to hand this over to Alan. I really ignored New York. Once my candidate in the new 59th district withdrew, I just ignored the whole New York state. So I don't care. Alan can talk about it.
Was Mondaire Jones, Harvard Law and Stanford, first openly gay African American to serve in Congress? Is this a loss?
Well, it's a loss because of who won. Either Yulene or Mondaire Jones would have been good. Progressives have got to get their act together. This was very much.
Is Mondaire Jones a progressive because he's a graduate of Harvard Law?
Yes, he has a good voting record, and he aligned himself almost fully with the squad. He not as a member of it, and not declaring himself to be a democratic socialist or anything like that. but his voting record was really quite solid.
Right. Okay.
And in marked contrast to, say, Richie Torres, obviously Hakeem Jeffries, but yeah, very good. But no, I wouldn't say he was a leader on the progressive left, but his voting record was good. Yulene would have been excellent too. They got to get it together and only have one candidate in this kind of situation.
We're talking with Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America, and Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of Take Hold of Our History, FDR and Democracy, and the British Marxist Historians. When does that come out? It's published by Zero Books.
I got notice today that the books are arriving at warehouses, which means that I don't know the books. I don't know beyond that, other than officially it's like September 30th or October 1st. I peg it to that actually. So
okay,
could be sooner, but I'm not sure.
So Alan, back to Tuesday. I just wanted people to know your CV.
What my take on the whole thing in that race? I mean, again, it's just a very, very conservative Democrat won. He was absolutely overwhelmed by the number of people who voted for much more progressive candidates. This thing happened in a Massachusetts district where a former Republican won and the Democrats split the vote in 2020. And, you know, for a good 12, 15 months, everybody said, okay, we're going to get it together. We're going to unify behind one progressive candidate and we'll easily defeat Auchincloss in 2022. Well, it's not so easily done because these incumbents, especially conservative, pro-corporate, moderate Democrats, get incredible war chests.
Mm-hmm.
And Auchincloss also spent the first part of the Congress positioning himself as somebody who would be harder to challenge by progressives. But he is not with us. Nobody thinks he is. Everybody understands he's a pro-business Democrat if you really follow it closely, but he's taken a number of votes that make him seem much better than he previously was. Chances are this guy will do it on things he doesn't care about.
Or things that he knows won't win.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff. And obviously it was a somewhat unique cycle this time with everything focusing on these huge, big bills in the Congress. So yeah, you know, it's bad though. It's quite bad because it would have, of course, been good to keep Mondare in Congress, but it would have also been really great to have Yulene in, who I thought was really solid, state senator in New York. And I mean, I know Harvey's close to Nomiki. The person Nomiki did endorse when she dropped out did win, Harvey, in case you don't know. So
yes, I saw that. I mean, that's the only one I saw. Well, I saw also Nadler beating Maloney and all that.
Nadler. But you know, the real villain in this is, and this is again where the things people are writing in the chat are ridiculous about there not being progressives. Clearly U.S. Capitol thinks there's a difference between the progressives and the non-progressives. That's been the defining feature of this election cycle. If anybody thought there was unity within the party, just look at the outlays that have been put forward against progressive candidates, and they know damn well that we actually are a political movement that's looking to reorder the whole political economic structure of American society back to the kind of programs that Professor Kaye has, of course, championed throughout his career that have their legacy in what would be now a fully inclusive Rooseveltian lineage. So yeah. So hopefully we can get him out next time on the 10th. We had a big victory down in Florida in that
Maxwell Frost.
Yeah, we used to be very close as an institution. I wasn't the ED at the time. Alan Grayson, a guy I've met a couple times.
Yeah.
But and Grayson was, and there's also, let's give him credit for what he was good at the time of the market crash. He was, he could go, point by point with someone like Elizabeth Warren, fantastic analyst of the corruptions of Wall Street and the way it needed to be regulated. And if he were to win, he would be very good at that in Congress again. However, he was running for Senate. A young guy named Maxwell Frost got into the race there. Frost had gained a lot of prominence in Florida because he was not a student at the Parkland High School, but he was sort of the guy who took on the role of the organizer for the Parkland students. And helped facilitate their voice in the media. And he was a Bernie supporter. and
And he
endorsed
disrupted Ron DeSantis. He
Mhm.
showed up and screamed at him.
The guy's amazing. Hopefully, maybe we can get him for the show sometime soon. I think he's going to be one of the most influential voices in American politics in the short
25.
term. Yeah, I know Lynn's writing that in the chat. And
What?
about, Howie Klein, who I think is quite close to Alan Grayson. I love Howie, of course, but I did think that those were rather hollow critiques of Maxwell. Howie would just declare him a fake progressive with nothing behind it. He did accept, he didn't accept, he didn't shun the money that was spent in support of his candidacy by one of the crypto billionaires, but it was the one who created a PAC for pandemic preparedness. So that was the one large IE expenditure in this race. And it was supporting Maxwell Frost around.
In defense of Howie, he loves Alan Grayson.
Yeah, and I love Howie.
And I love Alan Grayson.
Well, and Howie went to Burns High School, and he was in Chuck Schumer's class. Howie's great. What Grayson did, jumping in the race, because there was a state senator who was very much a moderate corporatist Democrat. Fortunately,
Alan was running against Val Demings.
That's correct. Running for Senate. That didn't get any traction. And he jumped in the race, a lot of self-funding, and really went on the attack against Maxwell Frost in a really ugly way. I got to say, I'm not going to give him any grief. Again, I don't really care about that shit. If people want to do politics like it's the playground, that's their business. I don't support that crap. And if you do, let's do it with a good sense of humor. So right. This wasn't fun or anything, right? And it didn't work. And I do think he would have really harmed Maxwell and could have brought about his defeat to this conservative state senator. But fortunately, the state senator had his own candidate who should have stayed out of the race for his benefit, who was the indicted former congressman. She just got out of jail for doing 22 months in jail. Corrine Brown got right out of jail and ran for Congress. And that probably pulled votes away from the guy, Gracie. So Maxwell won, and
this is big.
It is big.
Yeah.
He'll be the youngest member of Congress, first Gen Zer, and anybody who's throwing
and he's
shade
going to Congress. This is a Democratic.
Definitely don't. Oh, it's a gerrymandered district. It's very, very solidly blue.
Right. Chris versus DeSantis.
Maxwell will help. Maxwell will help. Now you have the most magnetic young politician in the country, can draw out the youth vote that can really help Chris against DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis is hideous.
So is Chris. I mean, he scrubbed his internet. He paid tens of thousands of dollars. You cannot find out about his personal life.
Yeah, I mean, look.
You're going to say that you're going to tell me that he's as vile as DeSantis?
No, and in fact, again, politically, he might be. I don't know whatever heck David might be referring to, and maybe he doesn't know. He just knows it's scrubbed. But look, Chris was never in he was in Congress just now, and he never was a guy like Gottheimer or Schrader or the guy out Peters in San Diego. He wasn't in that clique of the most conservative Democrats. I know he's a former Republican, obviously, but he really wasn't a barrier to, when you did have an agreement for a set of progressive principles to go forward and Build Back Better and such. He was not a person who was blocking things.
What is DeSantis is going full Trump?
Well, not quite. He's a Yaley, so yeah. Of course, I'm proud of him. My alma mater. He's
sorry.
Yeah, he's he will. I mean, look, you got Musk, right? Elon Musk saying he's going to support him, and that's because he's not. Is he a narcissist? Yes, probably. But is he Trump is a particularly quirky and distinctive type of narcissist. And he has sort of a stunted emotional growth down and around like the 8 or 9 year old level. of like every single thing that gets said, you know, has to reflect positively on Trump, or that's really what he's responsive to. You know, DeSantis isn't like that. You know?
Right. Right. Professor K?
I don't know. Shit's shit. You know, I mean, seriously speaking, we're talking about, God, the people we're talking about, this is like truly bizarre.
Yeah.
You know, DeSantis, Trump.
So you're a historian. Give me, forget the eviction crisis. Forget that we don't have Medicare for all. Forget the 50,000, 70,000 Americans who are going to die this year because they're underinsured. Forget that 20% of children in America are food insecure. Forget the rent crisis, that nobody can afford to live anywhere, and that 50% of everybody who rents lives at or below the poverty line. Okay? Forget all of that. Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? That old joke. Historians look at the grand sweep, and they conveniently forget that Roosevelt interned the Japanese. In the grand sweep of history, how will Biden, if there is any history left, how will Biden be remembered? Somebody said he's almost like there's something Truman-esque about him, that we're comparing him to the wrong president. He's not FDR.
Yeah, actually, that is a good point.
Yeah.
That actually is a good point. Look, the media, the centrist leaning liberal Dems, they all wanted to portray him as FDR because they basically wanted to marginalize the progressives, I think, is what was involved. And the fact is that was farcical, utterly farcical. And it was farcical both in the sense that Biden would never become FDR by his own inclinations, and also because it's absolutely true that the Democrats don't have the Senate that FDR had. Okay.
Right.
So maybe it would, in many ways, maybe it is the case to make Biden, more Truman-esque in character, because Truman faced a very strong opposition. When you put together the Republicans and the Southern Democrats on key votes, then, Truman could not accomplish. Actually, Truman gets a very bad rap because of the onset of the Cold War and his own determination and his own willingness to pursue what do they call it, the loyalty oath program. Okay, but it is the case that right away when he stepped into the presidency, his messages to Congress not always, but on key occasions, did actually refer to the Economic Bill of Rights that FDR had proposed. He did seek unsuccessfully to pursue a national health care plan. He did launch the very first real civil rights commission. He
integrated the army. He integrated the army, right?
Pushed by A. Philip Randolph, he did order the integration of the army. It didn't actually take off as quickly as the order should have made it take off, but indeed he did. It was a precedent was set, and there was no going back on that. So I mean, in many ways, he tried to pursue as best he could possibly do it, which he wasn't FDR, and he didn't have the Congress that FDR had back in the mid-30s. But so maybe Biden is Truman-esque in a fashion, okay? But it's also the case, here's also the case, that Truman was willing to go after capital. When he ran again when he ran on his own in 48, his speeches were in many ways as radical at times as some of FDR's best. Okay, in part he had to because he had Wallace running off to his left, and I don't know if they had already calculated that Wallace would be a disaster as a candidate in 48, which he was, although he said important things. But they also had, of course, Strom Thurmond running with the states' rights folks. I mean, it was a very strange time, but it is the case that Biden, in comparison, might be better off compared to him. But in that sense, to be remembered, look, you know, nothing ever comes exactly as you want it to come in politics. But it also remains the case that every one of these major bills that have been turned into law have, in many ways, they've been disappointing. Okay, I mean, they've been disappointing. And this executive order for $10,000, I actually sat and I thought, okay, so it's what, 19 months of his presidency.
You have always been proud of the students you taught.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them were first
generation college students. Right. And in the course of my 40 plus years at the university, what really was amazing to me, that when I first came to the university, these students had worked so hard so they wouldn't have to take out loans to go to college. That's back in the late 70s into the 80s. And over time, as tuition went up because citizens just wouldn't look, if working people's wages didn't keep up, their desire to pay the taxes for the university didn't necessarily, stay the same. And as a consequence, the state of Wisconsin didn't fund higher education as it did previously. So that's my experience of Wisconsin. It used to be a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 rule. 1/3 tuition, 1/3 state taxes, 1/3 gifts and grants to the university. And over time, my students were taking on huge debts. I couldn't even conceive of the debts they were taking on relative to the actual cost of going to college, because we're not an expensive state, but it was the case of, just to keep up, they were taking, tens of thousands of dollars of loans. So
should a student.
But all I'm saying is that $10,000 is ridiculous. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the media said it feels like it was one of those sales. You can save up to 50%. You can basically have up to $20,000 of forgiveness on your loans. I mean, just crazy. But I want to say one other thing, and this is what really pisses me off a lot. This has been pissing me off almost, more than the 10,000 or 20,000. That is, nobody is talking about the need to pass a law prohibiting for-profit higher education. I mean, that is, so many of the folks who went into debt from the beginning had gone to these utterly ridiculous sort of online institutions, which are utterly, really effing ridiculous. Okay. And, but no one's talking about that. Right. And no one's talking about, have you heard this administration talk about, free public higher education, or at least free community? I mean, you just haven't heard it. So if they absolve debt now, in fact, that's the biggest thing. If they had absolved the debt, then they would have said in 10 years, well, wait, we're back to the same debt situation. I mean, it's like they're addressing it all at the wrong end, as much as it does need to be addressed.
I don't know if there was an article in Jacobin. It's entitled Biden.
I see Ben is here. Did he talk you into getting the last word in the night?
Well, let me just, you're interrupting.
I told him you only allow comedians on at the end.
There's an
Alan and me.
I'm trying to do something interesting here.
Okay.
There's an interesting article I read in Jacobin. Biden is canceling $10,000 of student loan debt for some borrowers. That's not good enough. And in the article, at the end, it writes, arguments about who's suffering the most and hence most deserves help rarely end up anywhere good. Instead, as with medical debt and other kinds of unjust debt, the right answer here, on both moral and political grounds, is very simple: cancel it all. Please welcome the author of that piece in Jacobin, the pro-inflation Ben Burgess. Why do you want so much inflation, Professor Ben? I'm joking. Take me serious. We're talking about student debt, so I thought we'll bring you in, and we have you, Professor K, Alan Minsky, your thoughts on forgiving a student debt, and is it inflationary? Furman, who used to work for Obama, now is saying that this is putting gasoline on the fire of inflation. Detective Furman from the O.J. Simpson case. No, some from the Peterson Institute in Harvard is warning of inflation now.
Well, I mean, I have seen plenty of economists disagree with that, right? I mean, I'm not one, but I know that there's plenty of disagreement about that they that there are people who have crunched the numbers on this and said no, that's ridiculous. It's not inflationary. My big point about this would be that this concern seems awfully selective to me, right? Like with the sort of inflation, it's like, oh, you can't do such and such because that'll drive inflation, right? We can pour $54 billion into the gaping mouth of Lockheed Martin and the military industrial complex, and there's no worry apparently about that further driving inflation. I guess weapons contractors don't buy things,
right?
But forgiving some student debt, even though we're not even in that case talking about direct spending. Right, we're just talking about foregoing a collection of debt that might or might not get paid at some point in the future. That there's absolutely no guarantee of it, right? I mean, I saw the best point about this that Freddie DeBoer was making, which is just like, look, an awful lot of student debt is going to be forgiven one way or the other because the holders are going to die still owing it, right? I mean, that's not a very kind way to forgive it, but I mean, a lot of it's going to go away that way, right? I mean, this is a much better way for it to go away, And I think that the real question to me is the one that Harvey raised a minute ago, right? Which is about the connection to free public higher education, because that's the real core of the issue, Is like, to me, because if you end up in the weeds of that argument about, okay, who most deserves help, who's hurt the most, I think that that's just a recipe for lots of different groups of people who need lots of help turning on each other. I think the real core issue of principle, and by the way, student loan debt is not the only kind of debt this applies to, right? I mean, again, right. Medical debt, I think, is a very obvious example. The real core issue of principle is this a kind of debt that should exist in the first place? Is this something that anybody should have had to go into debt for in the first place? I mean, and I would say, it's the same as if we lived in some sort of dystopia where you were charged tuition to go to a public high school, right? That you could spend decades paying off, which, by the way, lots of people are high school students when they sign the dotted line, for the student loans. Or if like when the fire department came to put out the fire in your house, they charge you a copay, right? You have to go into debt to pay that off, right? Like, so I don't care who benefits from this exactly, right? To my mind, that's just not at all the point, right? That they have the objection to shaking people down for a payment for something that they never should have been charged for in the first place is not that not everybody is going to be able to afford to pay it.
Right. Right.
But Ben, I think Ben just put forward a very good idea that we should, again, get over to the folks. What's the Marble Foundation, the $1.6 billion foundation? Because that idea about fires, Ben, great idea. Let's set fires. Let's charge people. A little bit of perverse incentive there, but hey, you gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps and pay your debts when they save you from fires. So, then we can get the first public offering on the private fire companies. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was definitely.
That's another. The other thing is really amazing is that if you go back to when I was in college, so we'll go back 50 years or so ago. 50 years or so ago. That's incredible. It's the case that you pay tuition, but the cost of higher education was so much lower than public higher education. Decidedly, people just forget that this is 2-3 generations that literally have been charged, okay, in ways that older generations were not. You know, I mean, it's absurd. But there's no memory in any of this. I mean, California was known for its free tuition. City University was known for its free tuition.
Yeah,
Rutgers, where I went, Rutgers, where I went, the tuition was low.
How much of this is because of the 60s, where they decided it's not a good idea to have kids going to college? They're disruptive. They take to the streets. They question the system.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think it had to do with the fact that in the 70s, anything that was public became the target. And this has been going on for decades now. Okay. It's class war against the public realm. It's what it's been for 50 years now.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's right. I think that we, I think we got the New Deal and the Great Society, because there was a balance of class forces that let that happen, right? And that's shifted in the wrong direction. And so, so they're going to take back everything that they possibly can, right? This is part of that, right? I mean, they like decline in state aid for higher education, is part and parcel of that, and it is also really worth like maybe circling and underline. I know people here know this, but like that just publicly footed the bill, right? Just having college be like K through 12 public education, that that it's a taxpayer, a public good funded by taxation. We're not actually talking about, Bernie Sanders' plan for that, it was going to fund the whole thing through like a pretty modest Wall Street transaction tax, like it wouldn't, if you actually went to the people who can, if you actually went to where the money is, right, that it wouldn't be that much money for them. What's a lot of money for are people who, I say, as if this had nothing to do with me, right? Spend decades and decades paying this stuff off.
Now you're teaching at Morehouse.
Yeah. Also online at Harvey's alma mater, but yeah.
And what is your sense with students? Does this make a is this going to make a big difference in their lives?
Some of them. I mean, my understanding is about a third of borrowers, this is going to, it'll wipe it out. But I think it is worth highlighting who it's not going to wipe it out for. So one really striking statistic, you mentioned Morehouse, is that the average Black student loan borrower owes $52,000. So more than 5 times more that has been forgiven here, right? That's and obviously the average white borrower is much less than that, but like that's generally speaking, right? I mean, the less
that is so much generational wealth was wiped out in the African American community after the financial crisis, and you tell kids, well, you can rebuild you have to go to college.
Yeah.
The only thing, if you earn a bachelor's over the lifetime of your career, you'll make $1 million more. That's what they say. Than if you don't go to college. So, invest this money in debt, and it'll pay off in the long run. But as you say, and Professor Marianne said earlier, the interest rates, the debt doubles. You end up paying, right? You end up paying.
Yeah, especially if you default. Yeah, or you don't make payments for a few months.
Right.
There are penalties.
Yeah, I mean, this is very true. I mean, it's also just like, again, I mean, you're right. I mean, it is ridiculous, right? I mean, all of the same, people who think it's terrible that we're not going to continue to hound everybody for every penny of the student loan debt are all the same people who say, oh, if you don't like working a minimum wage job, you should just go back to college, right? Right. Like, I mean, I think you're absolutely right about that, but I also think we don't want to I think it's a mistake to stress the upward mobility advantages of college too much, both because, in practice, even in the society that we live in, right, there's some real limits on that. And that's also worth bringing up in the student loan discussion. I mean, there are plenty of people who are, just because you went to college, right? It doesn't mean that you're a doctor, a lawyer, that you're making a ton of money, to put it mildly, right? And also, even if you went to grad school, right? This only applies to undergraduate loans. Even if you went to some grad school, right? I mean, there's like 18% of nurses have master's degrees. Over 50% of K-12 teachers have master's degrees, right? There are lots of people who have working class jobs, who had to continue their education, past undergrad. Even in the society we live in, the society we all want, it would have even less benefit, because the only reason that college has labor market benefits is that it's relatively rare, right? The more people who go, the less competitive advantage that gives you, which is why I think that you have to, as sort of fuzzy and hippie-ish as this might sound, I mean, I think you really just have to emphasize it as like, this is, I want everybody to be able to go to college, not because that'll mean that everybody will make more money automatically because of that, but because I think it's a value, it's a human good, right? That like everybody should get to spend a few years of their lives focusing on reading and thinking and, spending some time trying to figure out what they want to do and all that, I mean, you're a human being, you can only live once. I think that's something a decent society can give everybody, and you certainly shouldn't have to go into debt for it.
Right. Biden is fighting back. The White House is listing all the right wingers who oppose student loan forgiveness, but got their PPP loans forgiven. Ben Shapiro, your friend Ben Shapiro, got a PP loan that was forgiven. Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. People like Steven Crowder. I do have to hand it to the Biden White House. I mean, they are, street brawling here. I don't want to be an apologist for the Democratic Party. I really don't.
Somebody has to.
Well, I mean, there are a few things here. First of all, we didn't know that they were going to do the $20,000 for Pell Grants, and obviously, once that's included, it takes some of the defangs to a degree the Republican claim they were making that this was an incredibly class bias, proposal. Obviously, that money and a greater degree of money is going to go to people who come from poorer families now. Also, by the way, Pell Grant recipients are disproportionately from communities of color. So that helped with that. And that was, and then there are these two components inside the payment that makes the payment structure a little less hideous. But, to what Ben was saying, though, absolutely, this stuff should be completely universally erased, because what happened from the 1970s forward with education in the United States was a social experiment that completely failed. I mean, it left, tens of millions of people basically in debt peonage. And it's really a core component of contemporary American the neoliberal social order. Okay, so Ben mentioned how cheap it is to fund, a free tuition for public universities. It's lower than what I'm about to put in the chat. This is called the $66 fix. And it is so that we would have tuition-free colleges at the universities, state universities, and community colleges in California, which is, of course, the most elaborate public university system in the country and probably the world, and or has been. And of course, it's become excessively expensive. Still about 3.5 times cheaper for a California citizen than if you're out of state at the universities, the top level schools. So the $66 fix is Christopher Newfield. He's the professor who's really central to this. Wendy Brown, the radical political commentators involved in the project, Judith Butler's partner. And so it's a very well put together study, and it is not, I mean, they're very conscious of, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to make a big political push for this, that we don't end up with a sort of McDonald's version of education at the public university systems, that they're really strict and they get pared down. This is funding at the level that we would have even a lifted up University of California system, which remains, some of the great research universities in the world. And but so check it out. It's an incredible document, and it's $66. It's a pretty progressive tax structure that they have on incomes in California. So that's what the average household would pay, is $66 for the whole thing. And while it does get higher because we have a rather steep curve on our progressive taxation in California, and of course what the average income is quite low, right? It's California's like everywhere in the country. Most of the money is being made by only a few people. So if you do have an upper middle class, livelihood, you're going to probably balk at how much it might be for your tax bill. But fuck them. It's not that much for what you get for it. And in fact, look, all of the, let's not go into the dark side of American history, but all of what has made California so, absolutely phenomenally wealthy and productive in its wealth over the past many decades. Obviously, it was central to the generation of all of the digital culture around the world and the explosion of that new industry in the past 4 decades that completely dominates our lives came out of California. And there's no way, people at Stanford can take some credit for it, but it's all about the UC system and the California public education system is the anchor for all of that. And of course, it's defunded right across the board. And that's fucking $66 a year to provide that level of social benefit, free for all California residents. And it's appalling. We got some great allies in the state assembly and state senate who support this. We try to push it, but they get cold feet.
They do not want a level playing field. They love saying education, 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 but they don't want a level playing field. They want, as we've talked about on the show, students terrified, picking classes that are more vocational than liberal arts. They want frightened, compliant workers. And interesting. I'll give Professor Harvey J.K. the last.
I was just going to say, David, do you see the Republican congressman who tweeted that student debt forgiveness takes away one of the most important recruitment tools for our military at a time of dangerously low enlistment?
Professor Mary Ann Cummings mentioned that. Can you send me that tweet?
Yeah.
Can you put it in the chat? I want to post that for the show.
That's actually that's a good last word. No need to add something to
Jim
that.
Banks, who I believe McCarthy wanted on the January 6th committee, correct?
Right. That's right.
He's a piece of work. That should be Professor Lee. Why is he going to be indicted?
Banks might get indicted.
Let me just grab this.
Sorry. Yeah, he's involved in some of the early, Freedom Caucus conversations about fake electors. So there's a lot of folks who have not been included in the larger scheme, but Banks was one of them as well. I mean, Gosar and the others were the major guys, but Banks, I think, was included.
Wow. I'm just, I can't believe, is he, and I don't know that much about him. He must be, is he a complete idiot to post that?
No, he's pretty much like Chip Roy and all those other guys. They have a position and they're just willing to say whatever they need to because they need to get reelected.
Unbelievable. I just want, for the record, I want people to see this. Thank you, Professor Ben, for giving that. Student loan forgiveness, there it is. Student loan forgiveness undermines one of our military's greatest recruitment tools at a time of dangerously low enlistments. Wow. I mean, if you saw this on the West Wing, you'd say they've jumped the shark. I mean, if you saw that in a movie, you'd go, no, you got to do better. You tell the writers, you got to do better. This is not believable. Well, I want to thank Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. I want to thank, Professor Ben Burgess, author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. It gets the Feldman guarantee. If you don't like the book after you buy it, I will reimburse you. It gets the Feldman guarantee, as does Take Hold of Our History, Make America Radical Again, written by Professor Harvey J. Kaye.
Yeah, I've written a few laundry lists recently, and so.
When are you going to write a book?
I bounced that idea off of one of my recent co-authors, but we'll see about that. We might do that.
What about a book, Economic Bill of Rights, the musical by you?
Yeah, there we go.
Book by Harvey J. Kaye, music and lyrics by Alan Minsky.
I did a musical called Mr. Satan Goes to Wall Street. It played at Occupy Wall Street.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's really good. It's good.
Wow.
Okay.
Played in a few
All
cities.
right. Let's go to Mexico, where Rodrigo is standing by. Hello, Rodrigo. We'll wrap it
Good
up.
to see you, Ben.
I'll see.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, David.
I'll see you. Yes, we'll talk tomorrow. I'll see you Tuesday.
You bet.
Thank you. Professor Ben Burgess, thank you so much. Alan Minsky, thank you so much. Listen to Ben's podcast. Take hold, give them an argument. Professor Bick, you have a quick comment?
Oh, I was just going to ask you to debate me. I'm going to take the position that cockfighting and dogfighting are positives for society.
Well, they are.
Okay.
What's
Well, I
the
guess
debate?
if we agree on that, then I'll just pass to Rodrigo.
They create. How do cockfight? Wait a second. We just had Emil Guillermo on from the PETA podcast. How cockfighting, dogfighting? We don't. That's immoral.
No, I'm joking.
Oh, I thought you wanted to argue.
No.
Oh, do you know? I have to find the quote. This must have been 20 years ago, where Oklahoma wanted to outlaw cockfighting, and there was a state senator. I remember reading this in the New Yorker, who opposed. It was a state senator in Oklahoma who was being paid by the cockfighting lobby, and he got up and he said the first thing Adolf Hitler did when he took power was, I swear to you, was he outlawed cockfighting. I swear to you. I have to find that quote. It must have been 20 years ago in the New Yorker.
It sounds like Oklahoma.
Yep, sounds like Oklahoma. Rodrigo.
Hi. I wanted to ask, but they already left, but I wanted to ask them why price controls were not socialist when they happened in the 70s and 80s, and now you can't even say price controls without being accused of being a communist. But
well, Richard Nixon did price controls, and he did a lot of things that right now would be considered socialist.
So between 1995 and 1996, the zero expected family contribution of white college students was a bit over 10%. By 2008, it was 18.7%. And by 2012, it was 29%. What this means is that poverty has increased in white families over the last 2 decades. Not as much as it has among Black, Latin American, and Asian families, but it has continued to get worse for the people most advantaged by race. This doesn't mean racial advantages don't exist. This means we live in a system dedicated to exploiting everyone, which also props itself up by convincing white people that their ever-decreasing advantages are the responsibility of people with less advantages instead of the people with all the advantages who keep raising prices just because they think they can get away with it. I don't want to argue with Professor John, but as Nia Turner pointed out, the average student debt of white students is around 12,000, and it's a lot higher for everyone else. So setting the cap at 10,000 helps white people the most. People like David Feldman always seem to be talking about how crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene is, but I want to remind everyone that she stepped down as CEO of her company to make it less public when her company received a $300,000 loan they never paid back that they will never have to pay back. People like Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, and Ron DeSantis, who you were talking about earlier, are not stupid or crazy. They sign up to promote a project that is hard to sell without sounding either stupid or crazy. I want to point something out. During his previous rant, David implied that glorified violence makes systemic violence in the United States worse, but there's a whole range of issues where the United States is worse than the rest of the world, despite the fact that the rest of the world watches boxing matches, UFC matches, violent movies, and TV made in the United States. There are structural issues in the United States that can be directly linked to the overrepresented influence of rich people in politics that is much less in other rich countries. Even countries under right-wing dictatorships are passing laws this year trying to move them and failing to move them to the right of the United States. If you let yourself get distracted by your hatred of violence, it's easy to conclude that the problem is violence in the media, but again, most of the world enjoys the same media, and there's no evidence that violence is a bigger problem than capitalism. I would suggest that fighting capitalism will naturally result in less violence in the media, since glorified violence is promoted because of the profit motive. And finally, I wanted to call you out again, David. I know you mean well, but you spent a lot of time in last episode making fun of Abbott for being disabled instead of talking about his evil/amoral politics. You do this with fat shaming, ableist jokes, people who you have been told are closeted homosexuals, and maybe it's just me, but I'd rather have explanations of why this or that policy hurts everyone rather than picking on individuals for their physical characteristics. Thank you.
Okay, stay with me on this. Don't hang up. I know Republicans. They never expect us to go into the gutter with them. And I have no problem hurting their feelings because they are cruel and they're shrinking violets when you give back to them what they dish out. So I called Ron DeSantis fat today because he called Fauci a leprechaun who should be tossed into the Potomac in front of his supporters. He said that. If Donald Trump fat shames people as he does, I have no problem fat shaming Donald Trump because apparently he thinks fat shaming hurts. So I have no problem fat shaming bullies if they use somebody's physical characteristics. In terms of Greg Abbott, you say I was making fun of him. I pointed out I was cruel. I did feel bad doing it, but I spoke the truth. Here you have a wicked man who is confined to a wheelchair, who had to adopt because a tree branch fell on him, and he is punishing women in Texas, outlawing abortion. He is punishing women because he cannot get a woman pregnant. This is a wicked man who, when a tree branch snapped his spine in like 82 or 83, sued the tree company that was supposed to trim the tree and the owner of the tree. And he's made, I don't know, $6-7 million so far. But when he was Attorney General, about 20 years later, he was an advocate, an enthusiastic advocate for tort reform. Caps on what he would have collected. He wanted to put a cap on the type of payout that he received. He also, as Attorney General, fought the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that is important. That's important because this is an effed up human being. If you're in a wheelchair, you're supposed to behave like Franklin Delano. We're all supposed to behave like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You don't deny people all the benefits that you enjoyed. So this is an effed up man fronting an effed up party that fronts the oil companies in Texas. So I have no problem explaining where his venality comes from. And I know it's cruel because I'm speaking the unsaid. You're not allowed to talk about Greg Abbott being in a wheelchair. Sorry. It informs his politics, and his politics gets people killed. Earlier in the show, I went after Charlie Crist, and I brought up Outrage, the Kirby Dick documentary that came out in 2009, where Kirby outed all the closeted Republican homosexuals who wanted to ban same-sex marriage, gay adoption, and hate crime legislation. These were all gay Republicans. If you're a Republican and you're gay and you're fighting same-sex marriage and same-sex adoption, and you're against hate crime legislation, you are not only fair game, there is a moral responsibility to call you out because you're effed up in the head and you get people killed. Most, or, too many closeted homosexuals are responsible for killing gay men, for banning same-sex marriage and gay adoption. There is a serious problem in this country of effed up conservative Republicans who wake up in the morning with their underpants covered in semen because they had a wet dream about blowing another man, and it haunts them. They know it's inside of them, and they fight it every day of their lives, proving that they're not gay. And they beat up other men, and they vote. They're easy pickings for Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and other Republicans because they're effed up in the head, and you can get them to vote for things that are against not only their best interests, but destroy society. So I'm not running for office. I have a little show here, and, these people are cruel and mean, and they think we won't give it back to them. I had a boss who was a neo-Nazi, and he never thought I would give it back to him. His politics were completely prejudiced, and he insulted people, and he never expected, because he was in a position of power, anybody to give it right back to him. So I don't believe in violence, as you know, but I do believe that If Donald Trump fat shames, you call him fat. When he goes low, we go lower. And as for violence, I don't approve of violence. I don't approve of it. It's failure. You are correct that there's a systemic problem in our country of violence that exceeds that of other nations. However, you're more likely to get punched in the face in Great Britain than you are here in America. I've read some studies. Great Britain enjoys violent sports, and you're more likely to get punched in Great Britain than you are in the United States. There's a lot of violence around the world. We do it on a massive scale here in America, but I don't accept your premise that people are able to enjoy violent movies, violent video games, and violent sports around the world without that informing the way they treat others. I just don't buy that premise. If you can give me statistics, Rodrigo, but I don't accept that mixed martial arts, where people are getting kicked in the head, I don't believe that doesn't cause brain damage. And I think it's toxic, and I think it coarsens our culture. I don't think it's something to be proud of or to celebrate. I think anytime somebody goes into the octagon, we as a society have failed them. That's what I believe. I'll give you the last word, Rodrigo.
Let me put it this way. All over Latin America, young children used to dream of becoming boxers because that was their way out.
And that means society has failed them.
Yes. I mean, I'm not saying
That's not a good thing.
glorified violence is good. I'm saying the system creates perverse incentives like wanting to get kicked in the head for a little money.
Right. But it's not good. There's nothing good about getting kicked in the head. It causes brain damage. It's sad, and it's not to be celebrated.
Let me go back to the other topic.
By the way, that was another argument on Monday's show that these violent sports are not the province of poor people who choose them because it's their only way out. That's what my guest was saying, that that's not true. And I don't see any evidence that the petite bourgeois or the richest 1% are encouraging their children to get kicked in the head for a living or kick somebody in the head. It is a function of oppression, poverty, and society failing people when they choose to engage in boxing, mixed martial arts, and to some degree, football.
Your guest on Monday was also offended because you were comparing professional violent sports with police violence, which, as you know, is a lot worse in the United States and a lot more racial in the United States than it is in other countries.
If I were allowed to talk on Monday's show, but I was at the top of the show, I was accused of conflating mixed martial arts with these 3 Arkansas Neanderthals in the Arkansas Police Department smashing a suspect's head against cement, right? They were wrestling him. And I showed that. And the point that I made before he came on was the normalization of violence through boxing or mixed martial arts allows people in America to see violence. And instead of when they then see a police officer beating the crap out of a suspect, the normalization of this violence allows too many people to be thrilled by it, to think the suspect deserved it, to have a bloodlust for it, and to support the police, to identify with the oppressor, not the victim in that. I wasn't saying that mixed martial arts causes the police to beat up suspects. I said,
But you know
I specifically said, because I rewatched it, I said it's partly responsible that bloodlust from sports breeds bloodlust. And I don't know why that is wrong to say that.
But you know that cops have always done that, right? You remember the picture?
Yeah, but they weren't videotaped doing it. And I was talking about how Americans see mixed martial arts and they see police officers for the first time in world history. We are now seeing what police really do for a living. And it's happening at the same time where this new sport, mixed martial arts, is being watched, and boxing and football. And there is a normalization of violence in this country. And I don't think people are as appalled by that video of the 3 cops beating the crap out of that suspect as they should be. And I think it's partly because too many people watch and enjoy sports like mixed martial arts.
I would argue that people have grown numb because we saw the video about Rodney King in '94. In 2014, 2016, and so on, we've seen.
Well, we did see the video. Excuse me for 1 second. 91? We saw the video of Rodney King. It was incontrovertible. It was a police riot, right? Did anybody think that jury in Simi Valley was going to acquit those officers? They did. But did anybody who watched that video at the time, this was 30 years ago, did anybody really think those guys were going to get off? They did. And it sparked the LA riots. And a lot of people, when those riots started, said, this is unbelievable that these cops got off. 30 years later, there are a lot of people who look at that video and go, well, this has been edited. We're only saying this, but what did he do to deserve it? Nobody, very few people back then said Rodney King. There are always those people, but there are a lot more people now who will say, I need to see the entire video. What led up to the cops behaving that way? You know, being a cop is a tough job. We don't know what that suspect did. And I think there's a coarsening of this country. I think not primarily because of mixed martial arts, but I think I think watching violence on TV over a long period of time makes us, as you said, numb and immune, and we're less outraged when we see it. And I think that's dangerous. So, go ahead.
I'm hoping you'll reconsider this, but going back to the
Reconsider what about mixed martial arts? That I should say it's a sport that we should all celebrate, and isn't it great? Should I say that I think it's great that people go into the octagon, kick each other in the head, make each other bleed, tens of thousands of people in an auditorium, in an arena are cheering this on, and it's a sport, and there's no harm here, no brain damage, no normalization of violence. It's good for everybody. I should say that.
No, but we need priorities, and as I said earlier, if we defeat capitalism, we're going to see a lot less violence in media, because people in media produce whatever
is cheapest, is easiest.
No, whatever gets the most people to watch. They appeal to the lowest common denominator instead of what 50, 80 years ago people believed that maybe we should build the audiences up rather than dragging everyone down.
Okay.
But this is part of.
Let me get Davey Mammal in. I'm not disagreeing with you that this is a symptom of capitalism. It's still wrong. Violence is wrong in our relationships and in our sports and in our arts. Unless, go ahead, Davey Mammal, please.
Hey, can you hear me all right there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming through. I just want to say that I think you're 100% correct in this matter. I think some of the analysis might be off a little bit, but I think it's 100% correct to make a direct comparison between police violence and sports and the kind of proliferation of sports in our culture and media. And I was really disappointed listening. I wasn't there while it happened live, but I was encouraged by some of the members of the community to kind of go back and listen to that exchange that you did have with Jason. And I was kind of disappointed that Jason, as a socialist himself, was not able to kind of consider the research and analysis and critique that people have been able to do as socialists, like Adorno and Horkheimer and stuff like that. So I think,
what is that research?
So the critique and analysis is a little bit different. It's not necessarily directly examining the violence in sports and things like that, but it kind of, like, sports as they're presented in America is extremely capitalistic in nature. And it kind of reflects the kind of myths of capitalism. The harder that you work, so the harder that these athletes work, the more successful that they will be in their sport, which isn't even necessarily true in sports. And then that kind of passes, that it even moves beyond the individual athletes themselves to the viewers of sports. and it kind of acts as a distraction, as a new opiate of the masses. This mass media and this and sports being integrated into our culture. It didn't really exist in the times when Marx was writing. But if we examine it now, religion has kind of faded away. But where's the religion now? It's Monday Night Football and stuff like that. It's everyone congregating at the local watering hole to watch the new MMA match. It's an opiate of the masses. It distracts us from what's really important. And just like a cop pounding your face down into the road, it acts as a pacification for the working class. And I think you're fair to be making those points.
Well, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm good to dance tomorrow night. I'm feeling
good.
a lot better. I even have a cute little bow tie to put on for you if you like.
Oh, good. Okay. But but when we do that, stick with the premise that it's your first time and you're very shy.
I will 100%.
I always think it's always funny when you start off. It's your first time at office hours. I'm very shy and I try to relax you, and then I put on the music and you tear off.
It is always very relaxing.
Thank you. That's Davey Mammal from. You're in Montreal, right?
I'm just across the river from Ottawa and Gatineau, but yeah.
Okay. And Rodrigo is in Mexico. Thank you,
David, you
Rodrigo.
realize that sounds like you're grooming Davy Mammal, right?
I am grooming.
You're putting on music and you expect him to take his clothes off?
I'm a groomer.
It's not grooming if I'm willing.
Right. And I stand over him and eat the lice from his fur. It's delicious. Have you ever groomed Davy Mammal, Rodrigo? Just pulled insects from his body hair? It's delicious. Professor Bick?
I just wanted to say that Davy's lice are the tastiest. No, what I wanted to say was that I think it's probably important to make a distinction between violent sports and violence in art.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the same thing when I said that.
Because earlier in your opening, I believe you said you wouldn't ban boxing or football or MMA. I would. If those games cannot be played in a way that doesn't result in very serious long-term injuries to people, then I would ban them. You know, like in boxing, okay, let's ban punches to the head.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can still have boxing, you just can't punch somebody in the head. That's a foul.
Yeah. You can't hit them below the belt.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If people aren't going to put up with that, well, then just ban it altogether. But as far as violence in art, that's a little more difficult because having violence in television or films or paintings can be, it can educate people. It can show the problems with violence, the damage that it does to society. I hate revenge movies, because they glorify revenge and they don't show the terrible downside of it, that it just perpetuates a cycle of violence. However, I wouldn't ban violent movies because it's hard to distinguish between violence that is there for a purpose, a beneficial purpose, and violence that is gratuitous or somewhat gratuitous.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. They do call it mixed martial arts, which makes me wonder if they know what they're doing. Also, Liam Neeson, very problematic. These revenge movies that he makes. even more so when he gave that interview talking about his friend, his female friend, getting raped, I think he said, and then he grabbed a bat and started looking for the first black guy he could find. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's definitely not a good approach.
Well, I mean, but that's, you know, if that's what Liam Neeson says on a radio show, what is his motivation when he's making these "Give Me Back My Daughter, I Have Many Skills" movies? There's something underneath that's very ugly to these movies. And, you know, I'm not saying ban them. I think people should know what they're looking at.
Yes, I think it's important to discuss them.
Yeah.
And to say, you know, why these are bad influences on society.
Yeah.
And, you know, alternatively, that when violence is shown to be bad and the, you know, the outflows of violence, the repercussions of violence down the line, when those are explored in film and art, to praise that sort of approach.
You know, I'm an old man, and I think societies should parent. I think we're a civilization, and I think there's much value in older people parenting younger generations. Now, my generation destroyed the planet, and we deserve all the disrespect that's coming our way. That being said, the baby boomers are the worst. But somebody has to tell younger people that certain things are wrong. Violence is wrong. I'm always amazed that I have to remind people that violence is not a resource for conflict resolution. Where did we lose that? Where did we lose that? I know Vietnam. I know. I get it, but too many people think violence is a path forward. I don't know. Anyway, I am going to wrap up the show. This was a good ending. I love talking to this studio audience. I really do. Thank you, Professor Bick. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Davey Mammal. We missed you, Joe, in Norway. No ASMR for the eyes. I want to thank all our guests today. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Emil Guillermo, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, the professors in Marianne, Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Adnan Hussein, and Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Harvey J.K., Alan Minsky, and Professor Ben Burgess. I think I got everybody. Today's show is produced by Dan Frankenberger, along with Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Hannah Feldman, Grace Jackson, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and Professor Jonathan Bick. We're going to do a production meeting next week. I was a raw nerve yesterday. It was hot, and I was raw. All right, Benji, you got anything before I go? Florida man? Okay. That's the show. See you all at office hours, 8 p.m. We start at 8 p.m. And then if you want the invitation, go to my website, and the link is right there, or sign up for my newsletter. It comes out every Friday. I'm David Feldman. And don't forget Professor Mike Steinel for the music. Thank you, Mike Steinel. I'm going to end with some new music. Not new music, something I haven't played in a while. From Professor Mike Steinel, I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and the push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close, 'cause they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love. He's 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 a pig for love.
All right. Hey, Rodrigo, I love being criticized by you, just so you know. You keep me honest. You keep me honest. You really do. And it's a civilized conversation and very thoughtful. And you give me things to chew over. So I appreciate your criticism, and let me end the show.
I try.
All right, the show's over.